Good evening. Welcome to the December 7th meeting of the Oceanside City Council. Is my mic on?
Your microphone is on?
Cool.
Yeah.
Good evening. Welcome to the December 7th, 2022 meeting of the Oceanside City Council. Please call the roll. Mr. Navarro?
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Keim.
Here.
Councilmember Jensen. Here. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation. Tonight we have Pastor George Bailey of Shiloh Church of God in Christ, Oceanside. Pastor Bailey, welcome.
Almighty God, our Father in heaven, Lord, we come to you this evening, Lord God. And God, as we, O Lord God, endeavor here in this place, Lord God, to conduct the business of the city, Lord, we pray your blessing here. We pray, God, let your presence, Lord, reign and rule in this place, Lord God. We understand and know, Lord God, without you there is no government, Lord. And so, God, we pray, O Lord God, today that you, O Lord God, would lead, O Lord God, in peace and righteousness and holiness, Lord God. God, we pray, O Lord God, help, O Lord, every decision, every choice, O Lord God. Everything put together here today, Lord God, would be done according to your will and your way. And let, O Lord God, your name be lifted up in all ways. God, we love you and thank you, O Lord, for your blessing here. And we thank you for it and praise you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Bailey. Please remain standing and join me. Pledge allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We have no proclamations and presentations this evening. As to closed session report, we did not have a closed session. So we're on consent calendar items. Items number 3, those items are 4 through 25, with staff having pulled item number 21 to be brought forward in the future, near future. So I understand we have 2 requests from the public to pull.
Items number 12 and 25 have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay, motion for the balance. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Keim for to move approval of the balance. Second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, item number 12 is the approval of a professional services agreement with NBS Government Finance Group, doing business as NBS, in the amount of $166,745 to conduct a comprehensive evaluation and financial audit of the city's 11 landscape maintenance districts, and to provide levy tax rolls submittal services for the 2023-24 fiscal year, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement upon receipt of all supporting documents. And we have a member of the public that wishes to address this issue.
Neil Hancock.
Hi, thank you for letting me address you tonight. We are one of the LMADs that's in question here. There's been absolutely no communication to us that this was going to go on. I'd have a proactive relationship with the city on this, but I think most likely you don't have people here talking about it tonight because they don't know about it. I would like to ask that this item be pulled and rethought for the simple reason that, A, we didn't ask for it, the city's asked for it, which is fine and it's necessary. But the other side of it is you're asking us to pay for it out of our property tax allocation. And according to your staff report, we either have $14,000 in the bank or we have $40,000 in the bank. That's a little bit of a discrepancy. There's 4 of these units, and I don't talk for them, I'm only talking about the Marlotto one. But there's 4 of them that have 0 money that you're gonna go to the city's piggy bank and pay for. Well, if they get a free deal, we should get a free deal. It should be fair. And it doesn't talk about working together. It talks about working for you. So they're going to be doing things, and they're going to be coming up. And in all reality, it's probably going to be the dissolution of the district, because it doesn't pay for itself. But why do we have to pay for that? So I'm just asking you to take a look at what the words say on the paper and the numbers that don't match. And then you've got 4 of these units that are going to get $50,000 out of the city's piggy bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Hamid Bahadori, Public Works Director. This is the first step of a multi-phase, multi-year project. It's an audit, financial audit of all the LMADs. Some of the LMADs are in pretty good condition. Some of the LMADs are in kind of borderline conditions, and some of the LMADs have financial problems as we speak. The first step is to identify which ones have problems. And none of the LMADs are being at the study share for any LMAD is being paid by that LMAD. Some LMADs do not have the funds necessary at this point to pay their share. The city general fund will pay, and the city will be reimbursed. All the LMADs will pay their fair share for the $166,000 study. The study will look at the 3 basic documents, the founding documents of each LMAD, the financial records of the LMADs over the last maybe 10 years to see how much we have spent for landscape maintenance, for water, utilities, etc. And we will also look at the impact of the Prop 218. Some of these LMADs were established prior to Prop 218, so we need to do an engineering evaluation of the Prop 218 impacts for a direct or general benefits and so on and so forth. So this study will look at the financial health of all the LMADs, and then the LMADs that are in good shape, great. The LMADs that need some help and assistance and some restructuring, either in fee or in the level of maintenance or water usage and so on and so forth, those are all for the future steps. And obviously, no fees can be increased without going to the residents with a vote, and that's the requirement of the Prop 218. So at this point, all LMADs are paying their fair share. The ones that are not, that do not have the financial means now, will be assisted, but will reimburse the city. And the study, I anticipate, is going to take maybe about 6 to 9 months, but the whole study is going to take about 2 to 3 years.
So when was the last time there was an audit, if ever?
Well, every year we do report to you an engineering report, but that is like a look at the time only that year. We're not looking at the long-term needs of the LMADs. Last time, I do not know when it was. Maybe in 2009, we had an election for one of the LMADs. Maybe at that time it was done. There is no current record that we have looked at any of the LMADs in a more comprehensive for the long-range solvency of the LMADs. And that's why we have a challenge today that we are trying to overcome.
Right, so it's not included in the contract right now that there would be such an audit that would cost so much, right? It's not in the contract with the landscape districts.
That is true.
I can see why he's having, member of the public is asking about this, because any funds that would be expended for the purpose of the landscape districts would be by vote, and this is not by vote.
Well, at this point, at this point, this is part of the, similar to what we do with the maintenance. We do not go and take a vote on whether we pay the water bill or the maintenance bill for the LMAD at this point. It is part of the maintenance operation of the LMAD, this audit that we are doing. And answering the gentleman's question, the reason we have not reached out to the community at this time, because we do not know what we are dealing with. First, we have to go through this comprehensive audit. And as I mentioned, probably most of our LMADs are going to be in good shape. Maybe half a dozen or less may need some reevaluation, and that's the time when we will reach out to the community and we will engage the community.
Mr. Borrego, is there any way we can do this a little more equitably than how it appears on its face?
Pardon me?
Honorable Mayor and council members, yeah, I'm not sure exactly, what the concern is, based on what I've heard from Mr. Bahadori, and my understanding of the process is that everyone would be paying a fair share towards the study, and those districts that don't have the capacity to pay right now would eventually reimburse the city. As Mr. Bahadori stated, this is really just the first step. We, as of today, can't even really clearly define what the issues are because we haven't delved into the details enough to determine what sort of shortfalls may exist within each of the LMEDs. So at this point, it's even very difficult to speculate as to what the outcomes are going to be.
Did we provide notice to the 11 landscape maintenance districts that this was going to be on the agenda?
No, other than the typical advertising of the agenda, there has not been any specific advertising for this specific item.
If time is not of the essence, I think it would be courtesy to be able to provide them with that and then have this discussion
We,
off the dais. And
Sure, we would be happy to do that. And
Can we continue this
time
item
is,
then?
yeah, we can go ahead and do that. That's not an issue.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Will that be adequate if we approach to HOAs? Because we are talking about thousands of residents.
It's 11 landscape maintenance districts. Is that this is who it's addressed to, right?
Yes, most of them, they have HOAs. Will that be
Right.
adequate if we reach
that
out
should be
to
fine.
HOA?
That should be fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So we'll pull this
Sure,
and
thank you.
calendar it. Thank you so much. Item number 25, is it? Next one?
Item number 25?
Yes. Was that the one that was being pulled?
Yes.
Okay, this is acceptance of the city treasurer's report for the quarter ending September 30th, 2022, and adoption of a resolution approving the City of Oceanside investment policy.
And our speaker is Ken Layton.
Hiya. While it is sad the city treasurer is not here to answer questions about this item 25, the quarterly city treasurer's report here before you, there is actually good news about the whole Victor Roy mess. To show that everyone can get along and that there are no hard feelings, the library has agreed to carry and rent out a video called Treasurers Gone Wild. It could happen. But the business of city government marches on without Victor Roy. He hasn't showed up to a council meeting for months, including missing the presentation of the annual treasurer's report for 21-22. Victor Roy now just shows up after business hours to lurk around City Hall like the Phantom of the Opera and avoids attending council meetings where I know for a fact at least one council member would like to ask him questions. The sad reality is that Mr. Roy has no hand in preparing any treasurer reports. It's all done by staff. He just creeps around getting paid for doing nothing, which makes me ask, what the hell is up with the city of Oceanside and its propensity to shell out good taxpayer money for people to do nothing? Corey Jensen's aide got like $66,000 a year, including benefits, and she never showed up. The city treasury manager, who left last month, had to leave for not so good reasons, and he gets a whole year's pay, a severance of $100,000. No qualified applicant applied to replace him, so the city brings in an outside firm. Meanwhile, the treasury manager and Victor Roy keep collecting pay for doing absolutely nothing. Keep in mind, this is the same Victor Roy who made the city pour almost $12,000 down a rat hole to investigate his behavior. This just so the city can keep him on the payroll to do nothing but sign treasurer reports he does not create, and, quote, oversee investments he has no understanding of. I implore any of you here, staff or elected officials, to explain to us why the city is handing out these cash giveaways, good money chasing bad Klingons. I would hate to think that the dearth of quality applicants for the treasury manager position was impacted by Victor Roy, who seems to be a lot better at attracting bad publicity for the city of Oceanside than for doing anything productive. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers on this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item number 25?
I'll make a motion, but I'd also like to add in, if we could get the majority of council to formally request Mr. Roy come to the next city treasurer's report that he formally presented.
So there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Motion to approve with the stipulation that majority of the council formally requests the city treasurer to come to the next treasurer's report and present that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, basically to approve item number 25. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. I believe we have some requests to speak on items not on the agenda.
Yes, we have, are we moving to item 31, which is the advance written request to speak?
No.
No? Okay.
Not yet.
Then we'll move on to item number 32, which is the communications from the public regarding items not on the agenda. We have 6 speakers. Our first speaker is Arlene Hammerschmidt, and I'm trying to pull up the speakers list here. To be followed by Fonoti Pau, to be followed by Donna Geierman. Excuse me. Arlene?
Yeah, I know. They asked for a priority.
Caught me unawares.
I just thought I should let you know people are saying they can't hear them. They can't hear Esther or any of the speakers.
Okay.
No.
Is there somebody else that could go first?
Fonoti
Yes, you're ready.
Pau, Donna Geierman? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I begged for assistance. Good evening. Arlene Hammerschmidt, rural-ish Fire Mountain resident for the past 37 years. Pull the top layer off. Let's fix Parks and Recreation Department. When the request for an independent investigator is denied, parties involved must have something to hide. Let's remember that Mr. Weiss recommended a memo instead of Councilmember Jensen's request for an independent investigation. A city manager's November 18th, 2022 memo fails to address 4 essential issues. Here's the quote from the memo reveals a huge problem within Parks and Recreation that causes some to get permits and others to do without. Quote, it should be acknowledged that staff does their best to accommodate all user groups. To that point, during 2022, not one Oceanside user group that has followed the established application process has been denied. Interpreting this city speak, what that means is Parks and Rec is blind to the fact that not everyone who'd like to use a park or facility has tech skills. It reveals a department attitude or narrative of superiority, as in, we shouldn't have to help. It shows a bias for people like us and exclusion of those different than us. It means we expect everyone to possess the tech skills to complete our online application process. We have those skills, so we assume everybody else does, and that is shameful. Staff's best, which is referred to in that memo, is not good enough. User groups are going unserved and still feel excluded, mistreated, and extremely frustrated. Solution? Do what OUSD did. Pretty easy. There's also no plan to fix the process right now. Early 2023 could be as before June. Yes, Coastal did receive favoritism. wrongful user group classification of OUSD instead of C, like other Oceanside youth sport groups, gave Coastal higher priority to the best facilities and times. Mr. Olson stated in the Coast News that he'd step in and decide on a permit if a conflict of interest occurred, but he'd only know if Mr. Palmer alerted him. Thus, Mr. Palmer is in a constant state of conflict of interest. Does he alert Mr. Olson or not, when it might mean that his kids and friends don't get practice or competition?
Thank you very much. Next.
Fonoti, to be followed by Donna Geierman, to be followed by Samuel Pomelli.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members for allowing me to speak. My name is Fonoti Pa'u'u, resident of Oceanside for over 50 years, past co-chairman for the Pangapango Oceanside Sister City Committee, Samoan Cultural Committee. So enough of patting myself on the back, but the reason why I'm here is there's a constant complaint from our Pacific Island community, which at one time was the largest Samoan population per capita in Oceanside than any other city in the country. What I'm getting to is that we, as a community, support Oceanside, but it seems like lately, since Oceanside has been gentrified, we're kind of like kicked to the curb. You know, there's been a lot of complaints about unfair applications for Parks and Recreation, and we asked for an unbiased investigation, but city manager seems to downplay it like it's no biggie, but it's a big thing for us because we have contributed to this community, helped build it, and you know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We've been a great part of Oceanside. And it's an insult for our community to be treated this way. So we ask that you consider doing an unbiased, independent investigation of the Parks and Recreation. And this is not just recently. We have had this complaint for years. And, you know, with our community, there's a saying, "Pai me sao." That means do the right thing. And that's on our part and your part. So what we're asking is that please, so we can get together as a community, work together, and make this community grow. And I think quite a few of you have seen how we have contributed with our cultural festivals, and we have had it for years because we carry on with a very dignified and good event. No violence, none of that crap. But anyway, that's what I had to say, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Donna Geierman, to be followed by Samuel T. Pomelli, to be followed by Gordon Chavez.
Is that up? Good afternoon, council, or evening, council, mayor. Ms. Jensen, regarding your court document you recently filed, where you stated your boyfriend and you moved into your Carlsbad residence in March of 2019 and spent, and beginning as early as June 19th, 2021, you spent less and less time there. It's funny now your attorney has stated that the time frame is misleading in the court document, and that's poor wording on our part. She wasn't living there, she had a romantic relationship with the tenant. Can you explain why then, in that same court document, you had exhibits with text messages? Andre asked you, hey, do you want to have breakfast this morning? What time are you coming home? You answered him. That you're going to say goodbye to your dad and you will be home. That text was June 20th, 2021. 1 month earlier, you and your boyfriend, you had property up in June Lake, and there was a planning commission meeting because they were going to look at getting short-term rentals there. Nope. Your friend even wrote an email saying Andre told him how the outcome was, and Andre spoke. Did that come through? Anyway, he introduces himself as Andre Blaine and his wife, Corey Jensen. That planning commission meeting was May 21st, 2021. If you were breaking up, I don't think you'd be talking about, well, that's my wife. Sounds a little strange. And by the way, why does the county assessor's office assess your beach home as a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home? You've been renting it out as a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home for years. Your 3rd bedroom is actually an unpermitted enclosed breezeway between the kitchen and the garage. But then you told Phil Dial the other day that the Oceanside house is a vacation rental, but has a separate garage apartment where you sometimes stay. Your garage is full of stuff. Are you saying the unpermitted bedroom is now a separate apartment? That's what you called it. Did you get it permitted? If it's an apartment, then you should be paying property tax on 2 units, not a single-family home. Or at least you should be paying for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house like you rented it out as. Thank you.
Okay, point of personal preference here.
Point of personal privilege?
Privilege,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, I'd like to address, first, you're dealing with a crazy person that says whatever he wants, and I'll be home after visiting with my dad at North Coast Village. Home is 815 North Pacific Street, okay? And wife, yeah, hardly. That goes to show that you're dealing with a crazy person. So a bunch of fake text messages and a bunch of gobbledygook that he put together just to fool people like you. Look at all those unresponded to text messages. There's no response on the threads because they're not real. There's no response. Anyway, Andre Blaine I was never going to be anything than a friend to him, and there is reasons for that, and it goes to his sexual preference is why we were not in a romantic relationship. We were in a friend relationship. So I don't know what you're trying to prove, but that was a swing and a miss.
Thank you. Next person is Samuel T. Pomeli. Yes? Sam?
Let me begin by first thanking the Honorable Mayor Sanchez and the council for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. Basically, I think the guys that stood up before me have done a great job of covering the span of our concern. But to add what I have to say, which is part of the group's intention and desire, is that we go back to the October 15th meeting when we were speaking through the ad hoc of concerns of the Parks and Rec availabilities for facilities. And at that time, we have people that were in these groups who were having a very difficult time, accessing or even getting on these programs. Later on, we found out that there was violations as far as some of the, the joint use, procedures and so forth in the city, which I'm not too inverse on those, but I do know from what we heard that they were clearly violations. The concern tonight and the feeling on our side of it is that, we fight for these programs in Oceanside for our youth, not because of any one culture, but the mass majority, collectively all the youth in Oceanside, how important the sports programs and the availabilities to these athletic facilities to be able to produce and to run these programs for our youth are very important to us. So when we get the feeling lately that when we come in, we're shuffled over to the side as Pa'u stated. For us, it's heartbreaking because for me, I was one of the first generation born in Oceanside back in the late 50s. Our people have been contributing to the city of Oceanside since the 50s. Upon arrival, our parents, our churches that were formed became active in the city of Oceanside. So from then, we've had a long relationship with Oceanside, and through that relationship, we have evolved. Naturally, it's no secret that a lot of our siblings and so forth were successful in sports, but the picture is much bigger than that for us, and that is keeping our youth out of trouble. Having these programs serve all youth, not just ours. But it seems that that lately we're running into new designated members that are in offices that deal with these programs that don't seem to either understand us or whatever the problem is. But my hopes and what our voice is calling for is procedures that make sense, procedures that are not shuffled to the side, ones that are going to address the problems, come back with routines and policies that we can feel good about, and then enforce those policies. This way, when there's a disagreement or something that's not working right, we can address the policy rather than attacking each other. So the hopes, again, these programs are dear to us because growing up in Oceanside, I just want to remind you that we are a diverse community. And we're just one of many groups here, but we are together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gordon Chavez, to be followed by Wayne Godinez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I appreciate being able to come up here and speak to you. My name is Gordon Chavez. I grew up in Oceanside. I've been here 40-some years. My wife and I are raising 4 boys in Oceanside. My oldest has gone off to college, but I have 3 more that are growing up here in our city, 17, 15, and 9 years old. And so our concern is youth in general, obviously our boys, but just youth in general, our community. And there seems to be challenges with the Parks and Rec Department, use of the Parks and Rec in our community, in our city. And we just need more equity, more equality. There seems to be preference going to certain organizations over our community members. We have community members here in the city that are willing to give their time, our time being our most precious, asset, and they're willing to be able to go into the community and have programs for our kids. To me, is super important, and it's not something that the city or maybe just the Parks and Rec Department seems to value just based on what has happened in the past. My understanding is that there's different tiers or categories that determine the use and the fees of the Parks and Rec. And I think that needs to be more clear and transparent as to how that works so that people can sign up and get use of these resources that we have. Recently, there was a memo that went out in response to this. This has been an ongoing challenge, and it doesn't seem to have the level of accountability that we need to be able to do to accomplish the things that we want to do with these resources so that they're more available to our youth. An independent, non-biased investigation would be great so that we can really look at what the challenges are so that they can be addressed and fixed in the future. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. I think just emphasis on our community, on our residents, making sure that our youth have a place to go and hang out and participate in certain programs, I think is super important to me, my family, and the community in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Wayne Godinez.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and City Council for allowing me to speak. Appreciate it very much. I'd like to thank Councilmember Rodriguez and Councilmember Jensen for putting item number 22, agenda item number 22 on in last October 19th, the City Council meeting. I appreciate that, and good luck in your endeavors as you move on. But I want to refer back to October 19th. We made a request for an independent investigation regarding the joint use agreement and the donation of 5 bleachers totaling $14,000 to the Junior Sal Beach Center by Coastal Academy. And Coastal Academy had some affiliations with the Parks and Rec manager down there, CJ Palmer. And all we were asking for was an independent look at that situation based on the ad hoc committee's report back on May 17th. That's almost 8 months ago. And nothing really happened. We'd had meetings. I do want to thank City Manager Jonathan Borrego. He's responded to our requests to meet multiple times between then and now. And a week after the October 19th meeting, we were very, very disappointed because our speaking was done. And then the joint use agreement, the issue and the request for an independent investigator or unbiased authority to take a look at the situation to see if there's a conflict of interest of the bleacher donation. You know, to look at the joint use agreement, it was found that they had never, also had never authorized to use any of the city facilities, and they've been in there over 3 years. We requested an interview with staff members who still work for the Parks and Rec today. This is past 3 years ago. Get testimonies and statements, please, and have them bring forward to the public, because at the public level, this is the only place that you can rebuild public trust at this time, because nothing has been done. Issues have been going on for years. Reports have been submitted. And so we met a week after, which included Pastor Sheldon Brown, Paul Papow, School Board of Trustee Raquel Alvarez, Arlene Hammerschmidt, myself, Wilson from the ad hoc committee. And we requested to go back to May 17th to do that investigation, to come up with a report that public. So the memo that was delivered with a 30-day update memo from October 19th that was approved 4-0, it's just kicking the can down the road and now into a new year. So we're going to wait for new council members to be seated. We're going to distribute and hand over information that was already submitted in the past 8 months to them, have them take a really good look at it, and maybe, you know, fresh eyes and ears can really take a look and see what we can do starting the new year. We've asked to hold up on issuing and extending permits and leases while the ad hoc committee is conferring and looking over some of these permits. There are issues that are going to come up, and we request that in following the memo that it happens on January at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, January 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godney. Back to the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I understand that Wilson Godney tried to sign up, but he was late arriving to the meeting.
Mr. Godney?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Wilson Godney, and I'm a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the Parks and Rec Ad Hoc Committee, titled with the acronym FAIR Play, which stands for Finding Access in Rentals, Permits, and Leases Action. After attending the City Council meeting held on October 19th and reading the 30-day memo on fairness and equity that I received, I feel compelled to address the council tonight to share my concerns regarding the Parks and Rec admin and those within the city as a whole who may have influence in decision-making on issues such as our ad hoc committee report made on May 17th of this year at the Parks and Rec Commission bi-monthly meeting. In our ad hoc report, our request was made for an immediate internal review by city management regarding the improper use of the joint use agreement by Coastal Academy, a K through 12 charter school. The use of Coastal Academy spanned well over 3 years, using multiple fields and 2 gymnasiums, aquatics, and other facilities. Our city has already been short of fields and facilities to begin with, forcing local sports teams and programs, which include many elementary school-aged children, to go to other cities to play and practice. Local teams and organizations that requested permits during this period were denied due to Coastal Academy's presence at city facilities and fields. As a result, multiple groups basically stopped asking or requesting permits. These are the groups that showed up at our first ad hoc forum held on March 2nd this year. During our April 27th public sports forum held at Melba Bishop Rec Center, it was discovered that there was an improper use of the JUA by Coastal Academy High School. This was authorized by Parks and Rec Division Manager Mark Olson.
In attendance at our forum were multiple OUSD administrators who confirmed Coastal Academy was not and never had been part of the OUSD Joint Use Agreement. To this statement, to a packed room of sports reps, coaches, mentors, and officials, including his own staff, Mark Olson responded loud and clear, "I made that decision." However, the following day, April 28th, Mr. Olson sent our ad hoc committee an email stating several years ago, staff classified Coastal Academy as a B, meaning joint authorization. So it was either the staff or Mark Olson, which is it? We, the ad hoc committee, request interviews and statements from Parks and Rec staff, current and former, who were present during the onset of this B classification, going back to the original starting dates.
Can you wind up your comments?
Okay, so
Done?
it's been 8 months since we've been asking for this, and it just seems like we're being stifled. So I would just ask you guys to consider all of what we're doing.
Thank you.
And one last thing is we will follow the 30-day memo and give our final report next month at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting in January.
Okay.
Not the 12th of December. So just wanted to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 26, under general items, is adoption of a resolution authorizing participation in the Capital Emergency Housing Solutions Grant Program through the Regional Collaboration Agreement, acceptance of funds from the County of San Diego Health and Human Services Agency in an amount not to exceed $3.258 million, and appropriation of such funds to the Neighborhood Services Department Navigation Center project. Approval of Amendment 1 to the project use agreement with the San Diego Rescue Mission, revising the project budget, and authorization for the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and documents necessary for acceptance of the funds and the implementation of the agreement. We have a report by Mr. Salvador Roman, Management Analyst.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I apologize, that is a rather long title, so I'll go
It's all in there.
I'll go ahead and get started. So as we know, the city continues to lead and work diligently to address the need and concerns of our residents experiencing homelessness. And as we continue to serve our residents through our housing services, our homeless services, including our bridge housing, our permanent housing through our HCV program, and most recently, our emergency housing through the motel voucher program. We understand that this is a temporary solution to address a critical gap until the permanent shelter, year-round shelter is completed. And this is the one and only time I'll be calling it a shelter, just because it is far more than a shelter. It is our navigation center, and so staff will be recommending that the following: adopt a resolution authorizing participation in the Capital Emergency Housing Solutions Grant through the Regional Collaboration Agreement, accept funds through the County Health and Human Services, HHSA, in the amount not to exceed $3.2 million, and appropriate such funds to Neighborhood Services Department Navigation Center project. Approve Amendment 1 to the property use agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission, revising the project budget, and authorize city manager or designee to execute all agreements and documents necessary for the acceptance of the funds and implementation of the agreement. Again, I apologize for the long title. So background, just a little over a year ago, we were authorized to execute a property use agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission. In March of 2022, the demolition began and the development of our navigation center started. The estimated completion time of our navigation center will be spring 2023. Staff recommends the budget amendment to the property use agreement to address the following. unanticipated costs incurred as a result of the age of the building, required site improvements, and increased in materials and supplies. Almost happening concurrently, in July 2022, the county approved the creation of the Capital Emergency Housing Solutions Grant application. The city prepared and submitted an application for $3.2 million, and the application outlined the increased development cost as well as the city's desire to reimburse the Housing in Lieu Fund to the greatest extent possible. City was awarded, received notification of the award in August 2022. By adopting the resolution, the city agrees to accept the funds in the amount of $3.2 million for the Navigation Center, accept the terms and conditions outlined in the county's Regional Shelter Collaboration Agreement, which is included in the staff report attachment 2. So staff is recommending the following. Adopt a resolution authorizing participation in Capital Emergency Housing Solutions Grant Program through the Regional Collaboration Agreement. Accept funds through the County of San Diego Health and Human Services Agency in the amount not to exceed $3.2 million. And appropriate such funds to the Neighborhood Services Department Navigation Center project. Approve Amendment 1 to the Property Use Agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission, revising the project budget, and authorize city manager or designee to execute all agreements and documents necessary for the acceptance of the funds and implementation of the agreement. I know it was really fast, so if you guys, I'm willing to entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you. Any requests to speak from the public?
We have no request on this item.
All right, Councilmember Rodriguez.
I want to move approval on this item. We've come a long way on our city front in addressing the homeless crisis over the last 4 years. Our partnership with San Diego Rescue Mission is going to be huge for the city of Oceanside and for our region. I look forward to seeing the impacts on Oceanside residents, and this is just the beginning. There's a lot of moving parts coming forward. This has to be in place in order for us to take new and even more innovative approaches. In my conversations with San Diego Rescue Mission and understanding Deputy Mayor Keim has a vision that he's going to be moving forward, which I'm excited to see. In partnership with DA Summers, San Diego Rescue Mission, Oceanside Police Department. You know, we want to get everybody off the street, and we really have to make it uncomfortable to be homeless. We want you off the street. We want you to have a better life, and we want you to follow our local laws. And this is going to be a huge part of that process. So I'm excited to see the future and how we can lead the way in California, pretty much. We're really going against the grain here. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second to approve item number 26, and that's adopt the resolution and approve the amendment. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Carlos Running Wolf, advanced written request to reserve time to speak? I don't see that person. Item number 33, under mayor or council member items. Actually, it's 33 and 34, so we can combine them. These are the regional appointments of council members, not citizens, council members to regional boards and commissions, and also to appoint as liaisons, and resolutions that are being requested. These have, and I want to say that it was maybe 6 or 7 years ago, there was a rule adopted by council majority to have these brought on a certain date, depending on whether it's an election year or which election, if it's an election year or not an election year. And I believe the reason for it was to address some issues with respect to council majority at the time and Mayor Jim Wood. I don't really think it makes a big difference. I think the object was to try to defeat, say, a new majority, which doesn't make sense because, of course, that new majority could always change the rules. So I'm hoping that, because we have 2 new council members that are going to be on this dais in 2 weeks. And it seems to me that this really relates to them and giving them the ability to excuse me, to speak on these, because we're really talking about commitments to the following year. So, I did get a chance to speak to both our new council members to see where, they wanted to fall here. But they also indicated that they really would have liked to have been able to be here on the dais to address the council and be able to participate in the conversation. So whether we continue this to the next council meeting, or, if you want to go ahead and go forward on this today, I do suggest that we basically look at that rule and, get rid of it. I think it was, I think we should be more courteous to each other. I think that it won't make a difference whether there is a majority either way that wants to see certain people on some of these regional appointments. It doesn't matter. I think just cutting through a really bad precedent, just getting rid of that, I think, would be nice for us to do. So I did address, number 1, the liaisons at the top. I don't see that council member, and then with respect to item number 34, which is Keim and Weiss addressing the same issue.
That's only the mayor can do that, so that's why I left that out.
Okay. So then, as to the advisory groups, we can go ahead and do that, or is there a will to continue these so that we can have both Rick Robinson, who is actually here in the chamber, and Mr. Eric Joyce, who is not, address these? What do you have?
Advisory, I'm good.
Yep.
Other one, I'm not. Let's go on advisory.
Well, I guess I'm not clear, and probably because my head is so congested that I'm just trying to, go straight through this congested head. But my
Of approval of the mayor's City Harbor CDC Advisory Group nominations.
Okay, so the top part, there's a motion and a second. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay. And just to give you a little bit of method to my madness, I tried to address, I tried to put names connected to certain regional that I thought would be kind of, not a lot of discussion. And I left blank some of the positions that were probably much more, like, let's just say, more desirable, like Sandag. And so my question here is, shall we continue this so that the 2 council members that are going to be joining, the new council for 2023, this is what it's for, so that they can participate in this discussion, because it does sound like there's going to be discussion, and 2 of you will be gone. So it would be.
Who would you put on Sanday?
Herself.
I would always want to, of course, I would like, as the mayor, to be on Sandag. I left it blank because obviously I don't think I have the votes, okay? So, but the bigger issue for me is having the appropriate people on the dais. It'd be nice. I mean, both the new council members, said, well, why is it that week? Why can't it be the following week? So is there any support for continuing this so that we can have them here to address this?
Our
No.
nominations are almost exactly the same. We filled in a couple of the blanks. I actually.
Deputy Mayor Kime, is your microphone on?
Our nominations
Yeah,
are almost identical. I
noticed.
I even decided to.
Yes, I get
I know
it.
you had interest in the CEA or CCA board, so I was trying to be magnanimous, and I put you on that as the lead. So we could. I thought this was a pretty inclusive group that got everyone involved.
And I want to tell you, I do appreciate the coordination that we, instead of last year, like last year was kind of weird.
I looked at yours. I wanted to respect many of your wishes, and I filled in the blanks. And I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Weiss had something. He wasn't a primary on any, so I moved him into that. And I'm very comfortable with my picks. So if you'd like to make a motion for yours, or we can move on to mine.
Okay, so there was one difference that on the North County Transit District that Mr. Joyce would like to do be the primary on that. And what I did was I asked him to talk to Peter about that. I don't know, Peter.
Hell no.
What was that?
We haven't talked to it.
You haven't?
We've traded phone calls, but haven't chatted.
Right.
I don't support that.
I would be entertaining the option of alternate.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, but if you, like I said, I can make that change, and then I can make a motion for the list that Councilmember Weiss and I put forward.
My button's pushed.
Yeah, I get it, I get it. Okay, so the alternate then would be Eric Joyce.
That's fine.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez?
I have a couple concerns. Well, first and foremost, Deputy Mayor Kime, he's shown strong leadership and involvement on many fronts. I would really like to see him represent the city of Oceanside on Sandag. I think he would be an amazing asset for our city, and he would fight for the infrastructure we need here in Oceanside. Replacing myself, we need a fighter. We need someone that's involved, that's reading the agenda, that's collaborating with regional leaders. They are trying to tax us more and more, and we need to fight back to ensure we get the infrastructure and that we're coordinating with our city staff. We have amazing city staff and getting the things we need here in North San Diego County. And so I would really like to see Kime lead the way on that. I really like Councilmember Weiss on North County Transit District, kind of the same dynamics. I think that'd be a great 1-2 punch. San Diego Water Authority, I am not satisfied with Brian Boyle. I think he's voted against our city's interest on many occasions. That's even been confirmed by city staff. I do like putting Miss LaHaye on that board, and so I fully support that. And I'm fine with Mayor Sanchez as a strong proponent for environmental concerns. I think you'll do a great job as representing the city of Oceanside on the Clean Energy Alliance, and hopefully getting our residents discounted rates on clean energy. And so that's the three main components I would like to see happen tonight.
All right, so I'm hearing that Eric Joyce as the alternate on the North County Transit District, which I think Rick had said that would be fine.
Since these are two separate items, can we deal with yours, and then we can go back and I'll put forward a list, and then we can vote on that. So just make this clean.
Okay, so I thought we did already voted on the liaisons.
Yes.
Yeah, we already voted on that.
So.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Jensen.
Well, I think that we can combine these two and have one vote right now. on this, and I'd like to see Mayor Sanchez as the Washington DC delegate. I think that we should send our mayor to Washington DC, and I think that's appropriate, and that's left blank, so I would like to see her do that if she wants to. And go ahead.
Right. So I actually would like to be on the DC trip. So
Democrats are kind of running things in DC right now, so she might have a better voice.
My only concern is we have, I'll use this, the beach sand project for an example. We have made decisions as a council, voted on things, and she has publicly spoken out against those. And when we go to DC and ask for things from the Army Corps, we got to have someone who actually reflects the will of the majority of the council. So that's why in mine, I put myself on there, regardless of whether I agree with the majority of the council. When I go to DC on our legislative platform, it's my job to professionally represent.
that's actually not usually the conversation in DC. But I would like to also be going to DC. I do have a very good relationship with all of the legislative offices. So I would like to be, with you, Ryan, on that trip. I've never had problems with going with staff.
Do you want
Never.
it?
He put himself on everything.
That's fine.
No, I
I'm fine
didn't.
with that. 2024 is coming. We
I
got to
think-
have mud everything. Come
Peter
on.
said it's fine for me to go too, right?
Peter's good with you.
If you want to, yes.
Okay. All right. It's two of us. Okay.
Just for the record, we're talking about the nominations under item number 34.
Right.
Correct, okay.
Right, so we did already adopt the
So the changes would be,
liaison from my list. I'm sorry? Can you hear me? My microphone is on.
can everyone hear us?
Yeah, let's do that.
So the mics are on. Can we put them louder? Is that
We have them at any higher, we're going to
maximum?
get feedback.
Okay, all right. So we have already voted on the liaison appointments, and now we are talking about the regional. We're going off the list of item number 34, which is a list that was put together by Deputy Mayor Keim and Councilmember Weiss. And so we're basically have changed North County Transit District, alternate Eric Joyce, DC delegation. I substituted my name for Peter's name, and I think that's
So you're the
that's it.
primary. So you're the primary. She'll be the secondary.
Yeah, and they both go.
Okay, perfect.
Both go, yeah. It's
That's fine.
yeah.
I'll move approval with those changes.
Okay, there's a motion.
We're still on 34, then we haven't addressed Sandag, shoreline preservation, that's why.
That's what we're doing now.
Okay, so let's
And
hear.
water authority.
And water authority, so let's hear.
That's the entire list. That's your list that we have made the changes to.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear that, okay, because we haven't addressed the Sandag issue on your list. On mine, if we make a couple changes on 35, then we can go forward. That's my point.
Yours is 34.
Okay, sorry, 34.
That's
Okay.
what we're working on,
Okay.
off your list.
So, okay, so I will second, or I will approve that.
Okay, so, Councilmember Jensen, did you wish to speak again? Okay, all right. I'm in agreement with everything, except that I do believe that I would be a very good appointment for Sandag as the primary. I do follow on what is happening, unfortunately, and I think we all agree, this is the appointment that I think we all agree, is that I don't think any of us feel that we get our fair share of the funds that out of Sandag. And it's a general sense for all North County cities, but I think that there is a great opportunity to work together with North County cities to get more dollars into North County and especially into Oceanside. So let's vote. And I'm going to agree with everything except for that one, with all due respect. On the sand deck, yes.
Motion to approve, 5-0, except for that one exception.
Thank you very much. That takes care of 33 and 34, and we're now on our 6 o'clock time certain public hearing items. We're going to begin with item number 27. That is adoption of the resolution of formation establishing City of Oceanside Community Facilities District number 2022-1. Public Safety Services, the CFD. And I have been given a script, so my understanding is that I'm going to start reading from the script from the very beginning. Yes? Okay. Now is the time for public hearing relating to the formation of City of Oceanside Community Facilities District number 2022-1, Public Safety Services. A public hearing relating to the formation of Community Facilities District number 20221 is now open. The council has received a staff report on this matter, which is hereby entered into the record of this public hearing. I first ask staff for any comments on this matter. And this is staff report by Michael Gossman, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, honorable mayor, members of the council. I am here this evening requesting that council form the citywide services CFD with the actions the mayor just referenced and listed on this slide. The Public Safety Services CFD is intended to help funding for vital public safety services keep pace with rising costs and impacts of new residential development. A little bit of background on how we got here. In May of 2020, the City Council approved the Alta Oceanside project, a 309-unit mixed-use development proposed on North Coast Highway, which is now under construction. The city and the developer negotiated a condition of approval that requires the developer to participate in the formation of a public safety CFD that would ultimately be applied to other projects citywide. On March 7th, 2022, council gave staff direction at a workshop to proceed with forming a citywide public safety services CFD. And then on November 2nd, 2022, council adopted a resolution of intention to form the CFD. To develop the CFD, the city used the services of DTA, who are here this evening, to perform a tax rate analysis in order to estimate the annual public safety cost to the city for each new residential unit. The methodology they used was to review all incident data for police and fire, calculate cost by land use type per residential unit based on police and fire's gross budgets. They built in assumptions of taxes received for each new residential unit, and they calculated a CFD special tax rates by land use type. Those tax rates are here. These rates include all annual administrative costs. As you can see, for single-family homes, it's $376 annually. Multifamily residents would be $350 annually, and assisted living units would be $339 annually. These rates also include a CPI with a maximum of 4% and a minimum annual increase of 2%. The types of development that would be included in this CFD in the future would be any residential developments over 16 units in size that meet the following criteria: projects which are subject to a GPA necessary to accommodate residential uses, mixed-use projects proposed on commercially zoned land, including projects proposed in the downtown zone, such as Alta Oceanside, residential projects exceeding base density allowances, and assisted living and skilled nursing facilities regardless of size. Staff also recommends changes to policy 300-02 to conform the city's CFD policy to the aforementioned criteria. Again, this public safety services CFD is intended to help funding for new vital public safety services keep pace with rising costs and impacts of new residential development. The above criteria is recommended because the public safety impacts of development projects meeting these thresholds have not been accounted for or addressed within the city's long-range planning documents, including the adopted general plan. I want to make a note that residential units that are subject to a recorded affordability agreement with the city would be exempt from the CFD. Additionally, this CFD cannot fund capital infrastructure, but only services. So the first property that would be, or the first development that would be annexed into the CFD would be Alta Oceanside. It is located at 1015 North Coast Highway. Again, it's comprised of 309 apartment units, 26 of which are affordable and would be exempt from the CFD. This project would be subject to special tax rates for Zone A, which are outlined in the rate and method of apportionment and agreed upon as part of the condition of approval. Wood Partners, the owner of the property, has submitted a ballot voting to join the CFD. The cost of drafting the necessary documents to create the CFD is estimated at $25,000 and would be reimbursable by future CFD revenues. It is estimated that the city will begin receiving $120,000 to $130,000 a year from the Alta Oceanside project beginning in fiscal year 23-24. Also, planning staff looked at projects currently in the pipeline, applied the same criteria and rates, and estimate that these projects could result in as much as $1.1 million in CFD revenue annually. So that concludes the presentation. I'm here to answer any questions along with our tax rate analysis consultant, Andrea Rest from DTA, and the city's bond counsel, Brian Forbath.
Thank you. This is the time for the public to speak. You do not have to have signed up with a slip in the back to be able to address this very specific issue. If you wish to address this issue, please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Batten, and I'm here representing the Building Industry Association of San Diego. The Building Industry Association represents hundreds of local companies that generate thousands of jobs in the greater San Diego region, serving as a driving force in our local economy. CFDs are an added tax on homes. At a time when borrowing is getting more expensive due to drastic interest rate increases, lumber and building supply costs are high, and cost of labor is increasing, we should not be adding additional taxes and fees onto homes. Doing so only makes housing more unattainable for local families. While it has been mentioned that new residential housing doesn't pay their fair share of cost of services, we disagree. New residential units do pay their fair share for service costs, primarily in increased property taxes, where new homes are sold at much higher rates than older existing homes, and in developer impact fees. Oceanside's developer impact fee as of 2021 was over $43,000 per single-family home. The impact fees are designed to cover the costs of the impacts new homes have on communities. Those fees help provide upgrades to parks, schools, traffic improvements, and many other benefits. Add that fee onto the proposed CFD. The $376 fee over the life of a 30-year mortgage on a single-family home, it adds up to over $11,000 additional dollars, not annual, without including annual adjustments for single-family homeowners. Add that to the impact fees, and the total is now at $55,000 per home before construction costs are factored in. When you add fees onto multifamily units, homes that primarily serve working-class families, the development impact fee is over $16,000 per unit and an additional $350 per year for the CFD. This all gets included in rental payments by residents, and we wonder why the cost of housing is so high. At a time where housing has become critical, we want to ensure all families have a place to call home. Adding taxes and fees takes away the ability to provide safe and stable homes for communities for local residents. We ask you to vote no on the CFD.
Thank you. Any other person wishing to address the council on this very specific item?
We had a Wilson Godinay sign up. I don't know if he's still here. Or he may have signed up on the wrong one.
Wrong. Yeah, that's probably what happened.
I think we need to do disclosures as well.
No, we do not. Thank you. Do we have any other requests to speak on this item? This is item number 27, having to do with the establishment of the Public Safety Services CFD. I see no one else approaching the podium. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing. At this time, Is there any discussion or are there any questions from the members of the council? I see no lights. Has the city clerk received written protests to any of the matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within Community Facilities District number 2022-1?
I have received 0 written protests, and protests, if they constitute a majority protest of more than 50% of or 6, whichever is more registered voters or half of non-exempt landowners. And I have received 0 written protests on this item.
Thank you. If there are no further comments from the public or the members of the council, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution of the City Council of the City of Oceanside establishing City of Oceanside Community Facilities District number 2022-1, Public Safety Services, authorizing the levy of a special tax therein, calling an election and approving and authorizing certain actions related thereto. Is there a motion? Okay, there is a motion, and it is seconded. And at this time, we have the vote. Is that correct? I'm trying to follow this. Okay, then let's vote.
Motion approved, 4-1. Jensen, no.
Thank you. The resolution that we have just adopted calls an election within Community Facilities District number 2022-1, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-1, and the election is now closed. The ballot proposition has been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-1. And I complete the certificate certifying the election results.
Having received confirmation from the city clerk of the results of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of City of Oceanside Community Facilities District number 2022-1, Public Safety Services, certifying election results. Is there there's a motion and second? Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
The resolution certifying the results of the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-1 has passed. Now I would now ask for the clerk to conduct a first reading.
City Attorney.
City Attorney, yeah. You forgot to change that.
Yeah.
Of the ordinance relating to Community Facilities District number 2022-1, which would authorize the levy of a special tax in accordance with a special tax formula approved by the landowners within the Community Facilities District at the election for Community Facilities District number 2022-1.
Okay, this is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Oceanside, CFD number 2022-1, Public Safety Services, authorizing the levy of special taxes.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for Community Facilities District number 2022-1. Motion in a second? Okay, there's a motion in a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Mayor, we will also, it's not on your list, but we'll need a motion for the adoption of the resolution amending Council Policy 300-02. That is to identify those projects that are subject to annexation. My apologies for not having it on the cheat sheet.
I make a motion.
That doesn't change anything, right?
No, ma'am. It changes the council policy so that future projects will be required to annex into the CFD,
Okay,
meeting the requirements that Mr. Gossaman described to you earlier.
that was the second thing. All right, I understand that there has been a motion and a second. Having no other requests to speak by the council members, let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. That was item number 27. We're now on item number 28, and this is approval of the substantial amendment to the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan. Authorization for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, that's HUD, and authorization for the city manager or designee to sign and execute all required forms, documents, and agreements with subrecipients and our contractors. I'm going to go ahead and open up this public hearing, request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff.
Staff. Navarro, do you have any correspondence? Do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
Any correspondence that we received has already been forwarded to council.
Thank you. We're going to begin testimony with Cecilia Barandiaran, Management and Analyst.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. We are here this evening to recommend substantial amendments to the 22-23 Annual Action Plan, submission of this plan to HUD, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and contracts. As a result of COVID-19 pandemic, HUD provided additional resources to the city of Oceanside. That included both CDBG CV in the amount of over 2.23 and home ARP funds of 2.248 to assist with additional resources. In addition to the new funds, many households that had previously received home ownership or rehab assistance have been refinancing, and we've been receiving a lot of those transactions back in the form of program income. For CDBG funds, the city is able to maintain no more than 1.5 million times its annual grant entitlement as unexpended. For home funds, the city is required to commit its annual entitlement within 24 months and expend all funds within 9 years. For the timely expenditure of the CDBG and home funds, staff identified additional projects, capital improvement projects in our opportunity neighborhoods that will benefit our at-risk populations. Staff is recommending that the 22-23 Annual Action Plan be amended to include the revised activities so we can meet our expenditure requirements and allocate these additional funding to necessary projects. In the effort to expend these grant funds in a timely manner, staff recommends moving CDBG capital funds from our complicated projects such as the Crown Heights Resource Center to address other, that needs to have some historical and other architectural studies done before it can be completed, to balance other projects both in the Crown Heights community and other opportunity neighborhoods. Funding will be reallocated to the Crown Heights ADA project, and the Crown Heights project will be made whole in the future CDBG fiscal years as it's ready to actually construct. To expend these funds in a timely manner, we're recommending 6 new projects. 1, a heating and ventilation improvements to 4 centers: the Balderrama Recreation Center, the Chavez Resource Center, Country Club Senior Center, and Club 55. A second project is ADA pedestrian ramps and broken sidewalks in the Libby Lake neighborhood. Additional pedestrian ramps in the Crown Heights neighborhood. 2 projects in the John Landis area. 1 is skate park improvements, and the second will be a community shade structure. And we're also allocating or recommending allocating an additional $50,000 to the Mobile Home Improvement Grant Program. Additionally, staff is shifting the Greenbrier Village Apartments from a home ARP to home dollars to help spend down our home dollars faster. We are not recommending any changes to our Brook Street project. By shifting these grant funds around, we can look forward to having more of these kinds of projects completed in a timely manner for community use and safety. The Brook Street project was completed in early fall, and staff in the community came together to celebrate the improvements made to the Brook Street Division Country Club pedestrian access ramps. So again, staff recommends that the City Council approve the substantial amendment so we can submit it to HUD and authorize the city manager and designee for any contracts, grants, and agreements. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any advance requests to speak, people who have submitted slips?
We do not have any advance written requests on this.
All right, this is the public hearing. This is a time for the public to address this issue. If you'd like to address the council on this issue, please rise, approach one of the podiums, and provide your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak on this. I see no one rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Is there a motion?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second. No other requests to speak. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. We're now on item number 29. That is a consideration of an addendum to the Breeze Townhome Project Mitigated Neg Deck, adoption of a resolution granting the appeal of Planning Commission Resolution number 2022-27, and approval of a tentative map, development plan, regular coastal permit, and density bonus to allow the construction of a 146-unit apartment building on a 2.67-acre parcel located at the terminus of Ditmar and Nevada Streets, south of Oceanside Boulevard. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosures from council members and regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff, the applicant, and public.
Staff, the applicant, and public.
Public?
Staff, applicant, public.
All right, Mr. Novato, do we have any correspondence on our petitions?
All correspondence has been forwarded to council prior to the meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Testimony beginning with Mr. Rob Domowski, Principal Planner.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Rob Domowski with the Planning Division, here to present the appeal of the Breeze Luxury Apartment Residences. Staff is recommending that the City Council consider an addendum to the Breeze M&D Mitigated Negative Declaration, adopt a resolution granting the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, a resolution denying the project and approving the tentative map development plan, regular coastal permit, and density bonus request. The Breeze project was initially considered by the Planning Commission on August 22nd, and after due consideration, a motion was made to approve the project. The motion ultimately failed, and the commission directed staff to bring back a resolution for denial based on testimony and the administrative record on the basis of primarily aesthetics, compatibility with the neighborhood, glare, and the CEQA review. In response to the concerns, the project applicant made revisions to the project, including building new additions to the building facade to add articulation and break up the massing, landscape enhancements, including additional trees, and a reduction of the solar panels on the side of the building to reduce glare. And since the Planning Commission did not take formal action in August, the project was re-advertised for the September 26th Planning Commission hearing. At that meeting, staff advised the commission to reconsider the project and presented resolutions to either approve or deny the project. The Planning Commission decided to deny the project on the previous record and adopted a resolution denying the project. The 34-unit Breeze Townhome project was originally approved back in September 2019 by the Planning Commission. It was appealed to the City Council and approved by the City Council on December 4th of 2019. With that, a final initial study and mitigated negative declaration was adopted with the project and included mitigation measures to reduce project impacts to less than significant related to biological, cultural, paleontological resources. The 2.67 acre project site is located off of Oceanside Boulevard at the southern terminus of Ditmar and Nevada Streets and is adjacent to the Sprinter line. Surrounding land uses include a mixture of multifamily and single-family homes to the north, a cemetery to the west, and a mobile home park to the south. The site has a land use of coastal high density and an R3 medium density zoning designation. The proposed entitlement consists of a tentative map, development plan, regular coastal permit, and a density bonus request. The density bonus would allow the project to exceed the max density of the base 97 units by providing 15% of units as affordable they receive a 50% density bonus of 49 units, which totals 146 units. 15 of those units would be reserved for very low-income households. And to build the allowable project at the density proposed, the applicant is requesting waivers or reductions of 7 development standards and is not requesting any concessions or incentives per density bonus. The development plan includes a 1 apartment building with associated improvements, including a private driveway, landscaping, pet park, retaining walls, fencing, and drainage facilities. Street improvements would include curb, gutter, and sidewalk, as well as parkway trees on Oceanside Boulevard and the other project frontages. Access to the project site is provided from Ditmar via a private driveway, and the access on the Nevada cul-de-sac will be limited to emergency access vehicles, as well as the driveway on Oceanside Boulevard. The project would include 259 parking spaces, with 30 of those reserved for visitor spaces, also 146 bike parking spaces, and per density bonus, the project would only be required to provide 73 spaces based on the half-mile proximity to the Sprinter line. The building would be 6 stories with a height of 58.5 feet or 73.5 feet to the top of the elevator enclosure. The building floor plans would include 2 subterranean parking levels, a first floor with parking, a leasing office, and resident amenities, including the gym and meeting spaces. There'd be 5 additional floors of apartments and a rooftop deck with lounge, pool, and outdoor barbecue areas, as well as solar panels. And the applicant describes the project as contemporary coastal style with clean lines and simple forms with varied materials, accent elements, and facade details. An appeal of the Planning Commission's decision was filed by the project applicant detailing various issues as to why the City Council should overturn the Planning Commission's denial of the project. The City Council may only consider the issues raised in the appeal filed with the city, and the following is an overview of the appellant's appeal points. Issue 1, the appellant asserts that the Planning Commission violated the Housing Accountability Act, which is intended to limit a government's ability to deny, reduce density, or make infeasible housing development consistent with local objective development standards, including general plan zoning and subdivision standards and criteria in effect when the application was submitted. The Planning Commission did not produce a preponderance of evidence necessary to deny the project based on specific adverse impacts on public health or safety, or evidence that there is no feasible mitigation to avoid impacts satisfactorily. The appellant claims the Planning Commission decision violated density bonus law because the project that reserves a percentage of units as affordable is entitled to density bonus as a matter of right, and is also entitled to unlimited waivers of development standards necessary to build the project at the proposed density allowed with density bonus. Issue 3, the opponent asserts the Planning Commission abused its discretion by adopting denial findings because the project complies with density bonus law. It would also be consistent with the general plan, local coastal program, zoning ordinance, and subdivision ordinance. The Planning Commission's finding for denial of the CEQA addendum was based on it not meeting the criteria outlined in the CEQA guidelines for preparation of addendum, specifically that more than minor technical changes would be required and substantial changes to the proposed project would require revisions to the mitigated negative declaration related to air quality, noise, and aesthetics. In response, the appellant states that substantial evidence in the record supports an addendum as the appropriate document, and none of the conditions requiring preparation of a subsequent environmental document have occurred. The CEQA guidelines do allow major revisions of a previous document as long as the changes do not involve significant new impacts or increased severity of previously identified significant impacts. And the addendum and technical studies adequately analyzed and disclosed vibration impacts related to excavation and grading, as well as light and glare impacts associated with the height of the proposed building. The Planning Commission's finding for denial of the tenant map were based on inconsistency with the general plan land use policies related to compatibility with surrounding uses and the site not physically suitable for the type and proposed density. In response, the appellant asserts that the tentative map with density bonus waivers is consistent with the high-density land use and would create a parcel consistent with the minimum lot size in the R3. Substantial evidence in the project's administrative record indicates the site is suitable for proposed development, and the city cannot make the required findings to deny the density bonus waivers. The Planning Commission finds for the denial of the development plan were based on inconsistency with the purposes of the zoning ordinance, on failure to achieve design compatibility with the surrounding community, nonconformance with general plan policies related to aesthetics, and inconsistency with the local coastal program. In response, the appellant asserts that the project complies with applicable development standards and requested waivers allowed pursuant to density bonus law. The denial findings were based on subjective factors in violation of both the Housing Accountability Act and density bonus law, and the city cannot make the required findings to deny the density bonus waivers. The Planning Commission's findings for denial of the regular coastal permit were based on inconsistency with the local coastal program, that the project would be incompatible with the character of the surrounding area and detract from the attractiveness and livability of the community. The applicant states that the project's administrative record demonstrates consistency with the local coastal program, and the Planning Commission's findings focuses on subjective standards such as visual incompatibility, which is restricted per housing law. The Planning Commission's denial for the density bonus waivers were based on the premise that the addendum is inadequate and the full extent of project impacts cannot be analyzed without the preparation of an appropriate environmental document. The Commission also concluded that the project hadn't been satisfactorily modified to accommodate reasonable density and meet the required development standards and findings for a development plan. In response, the applicant asserts the city did not provide substantial evidence to recommend denial of the waivers as required by density bonus law. The resolution offered no evidence in support of the denial of density bonus request. Density bonus law prohibits the city from denying maximal allowable density when a project provides required percentage of affordable housing, and the city bears the burden to provide substantial evidence for denial of density bonus and cannot place the burden on the developer. Issue 4, the appellant believes that the City Council should approve the project based on substantial evidence in the administrative record and cites that the project would provide 15 affordable units consistent with the city's RENA obligation to provide housing for various income levels. The project was revised to address community concerns during the Planning Commission hearing. The project is located within a smart growth opportunity area and also within the boundaries of the draft Smart and Sustainable Corridor Specific Plan. And finally, city staff had recommended the Planning Commission approve the project. Staff offers the following collective responses to the appellant's argument. Regarding state housing law, staff concurs with the appellant and believes the project qualifies for the full benefits of the Housing and Accountability Act and density bonus law, and the project is consistent with the general plan, zoning, and other city standards. Denials of the waivers must be based on substantial evidence, and staff is unable to make the findings to recommend denial of such waivers. Regarding CEQA, staff believes that addendum to the Breeze M&D to be an appropriate CEQA document and concurs with the appellant that all potential adverse impacts would be mitigated to less than significant. While the project was revised to increase the unit count and height, staff believes that none of the conditions in CEQA section 15162 occurred, which would require the preparation of a subsequent environmental document. Regarding the project design, in response to public concerns, the applicant added new project design features and enhanced landscaping, which was not required under the applying density bonus law. Staff reiterates that state housing law limits the city's ability to deny or require a reduction of density for a project consistent with objective local standards and density bonus law. Perceived neighborhood incompatibility cannot be a basis for denial unless a preponderance of evidence demonstrates specific adverse health and safety impacts. Staff acknowledges that the project is located within a smart growth opportunity area and the draft Smart and Sustainable Corridor Plan, which promotes higher density housing in proximity to transit and encourages the use of alternative modes of transportation. Regarding the findings for denial, staff concurs with the appellant and believes the project is consistent with the general plan, land use and housing elements, the local coastal program, the zoning ordinance, including the affordable housing density bonus provisions, as well as the subdivision ordinance and density bonus law. Based on the administrative record and issues raised in the appeal, the extensive analysis demonstrates the appellant has provided substantial basis to warrant City Council's granting of the appeal. And as provided with the staff report, the California Department of Housing and Community Development provided a letter of support for the project and indicated the project would meaningfully advance the city in its goal to achieve its RHNA targets. HCD encourages the city to remain mindful of the city's obligation under state density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act as it considers the appeal, and also reminds the city that HCD has enforcement authority over state density bonus law and may notify the California Office of the Attorney General when a local government is in violation of state law. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council consider an addendum to the Breeze Townhome project, mitigated negative declaration, adopt a resolution granting the appeal of the Planning Commission resolution for denial, and approve the tentative map development plan, regular coastal permit, and density bonus request to allow the construction of a 146-unit apartment building at the terminus of Ditmar and Nevada Streets. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We have 12 written requests to speak from the public.
Okay.
Our first speaker is,
I'm sorry.
oh, applicant?
Oh, the appellant. My apologies. Appellant has up to 20 minutes to speak. Do we have the appellant here?
Yes.
John, I have to speak louder a little. That's okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Dan Niebaum with the Lightfoot Planning Group, offices in Carlsbad, here on behalf of the applicant this evening, with the appellant in this case. I'd like to thank staff for their presentation and their work throughout this project. I think they did an excellent job pointing out a number of the items from our appeal, a number of the items that relate to this project and to the design and to the comments that we received. I think there's two main items that we would present tonight. Let's see if this works. Go that way. Related to the Oceanside housing context that tie into the Breeze project. Number one is the housing element. As documented in the city's housing element, the city of Oceanside faces a significant shortfall of housing units. You know, supply is exceeding, or demand is exceeding supply. And as Rob had outlined and mentioned, the Smart and Sustainable Corridors Plan. The Breeze project implements the Smart and Sustainable Corridors Plan that the city, and through much study and public input, has developed and is developing as the best method to meet its obligation to promote housing creation. As Rob had pointed out, we've received a number of supporting letters for Breeze, one of them coming from the Housing and Community Development Department. We've also received letters, and they're part of the record, from CARLA, which is the California Renters Legal Advocacy and Education Fund, and they're actually changing their name now to the California Housing Defense Fund. That letter is in the record supporting the project. Oceanside Chamber of Commerce supporting the project, and North County Transit District, indicating that this site is an excellent site within the smart growth opportunity area to help the city fulfill its climate action goals. Again, staff has consistently supported the Breeze project, and they do so in this recommendation in the staff report you have tonight. This is some of the information from the Planning Commission report from September 26th. I'm not going to read through all that, but of course, it's staff noting that they can make the findings for approval in accordance with the applicable objectives of the general plan and standards of the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance. And they did so in making their recommendation. Unfortunately, Planning Commission did not side with staff's recommendation and voted to deny the project, even though it should be pointed out, a number of the planning commissioners are on the record noting that the project checked many of the boxes for a density bonus project, and that this location wasn't probably an appropriate location for density near transit. And so that brought us to our appeal. And as Rob had gone through some of the points in the appeal, I'll list them quickly, but again, that the Planning Commission decision violated the Housing Accountability Act, that the Planning Commission decision violated state density bonus law, that the Planning Commission abused its discretion by adopting the project denial findings that it adopted, and we would contend the City Council should approve the Breeze project as substantial evidence supports the required entitlement and CEQA findings. A little bit about the project location. I'm sure you're all aware of the area, the Oceanside Boulevard corridor, but we wanted to point out on this location, it's a very eclectic area. Breeze is not located in a single-family neighborhood, and the site is designated as high-density residential. And the existing neighborhood includes a mix of apartments, condos, commercial development, hotels, including the entitled hotel directly across the street, the school campus, a cemetery, the active rail line, and houses in the area. And this ties into a little larger view of the area, plus a blow up of the immediate area around the Breeze project. But again, the Oceanside Boulevard corridor, you can see in the graphic, and its intersection with Coast Highway corridor, a very active corridor with many different uses and varying uses from Coast Highway all the way east to Interstate 5. The area around specifically the project site is a mix of apartments and duplexes and a couple of single-family homes, and then our vacant site that's within a half-mile of transit district within the corridors plan. This is a graphic of the Smart and Sustainable Corridors plan. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but again, the plan that's coming forward and is informing your general plan update, talks about the corridors being envisioned to provide new housing and employment growth within the city. And that new nodes of activity would be located near transit stations and major intersections to provide opportunities for infill growth. The Oceanside Boulevard corridor is probably the most dynamic and active corridor in the corridors plan. And our project site is indicated with the arrow there, and we're within the corridor, within the plan area. We've talked about this before, and it's in the record, and it's in our documents. But we're well within the walking area of the transit station. This graphic helps show that we're a third of a mile from the Sprinter station on Coast Highway. And as part of our project, we would be improving the sidewalks along the east side of Ditmar Street, connecting to the project frontage that helps provide an unobstructed and improved pedestrian path to the Sprinter station. So there's a number of recommendations in the SSCP that Breeze ties into as well. And one of the recommendations falls under development opportunities. So the Breeze site is currently vacant. It's consistent with the criteria for a Tier 1 site designation under the corridors plan. And the Tier 1 sites are those vacant sites which have the highest development potential within the corridors. And there's also land use designations that are discussed within the corridor plan. And they make this statement within the plan that I think is very important to the Breeze project. It states within the California and San Diego region is in the midst of a profound housing crisis, and with many residents experiencing homelessness, it's incumbent upon local jurisdictions to facilitate additional housing production across the income spectrum, with an emphasis on senior, supportive, and lower income housing. And this plan seeks to boost the availability of housing sites by promoting a range of housing opportunities along the corridors. That's exactly what the Breeze project does. And this is in the Sustainable Corridors Plan, and it's informing the plan as one of its primary, implementation goals. There's other recommendations within the corridors plan for all the corridors, such as promoting infill development on opportunity sites, providing a diversity of housing options, supporting a pedestrian-oriented city, and specifically along the Oceanside Boulevard corridor, providing housing locations to support medium to high-density housing. Other recommendations along all corridors include to make multimodal connections, provide accessibility upgrades, just like the Ditmar improvements I spoke about, and complete the pedestrian network. And on the Oceanside Boulevard corridor, to create a more pedestrian-oriented streetscape, enhance connections to sprinter stations, and complete the sidewalk network. Now, those are all elements that the BREEZE project implements. Again, the BREEZE project implements the Smart and Sustainable Corridors Plan that the city, again, through much study and public input, has developed as the best method to meet its obligation to promote housing creation. We are infill development on an opportunity site. As I'd mentioned, it's consistent with a Tier 1 site for high-density development within a half mile or third of a mile from the sprinter station, providing affordable housing, which is 15 units, reserved for very low income. We'd be completing the sidewalk network from the project site to the sprinter station, improving the sidewalks around the project itself, and also improving the pedestrian-oriented streetscapes along the Oceanside Boulevard frontage and the other frontages of the project. And then also, BREEZE implements the city housing element by helping it to meet its RENA requirements. In the October 2022 update that just came out of the city's housing element, there's still a RENA shortfall of 2,556 units noted, including 1,797 for lower income units. The BREEZE implements the housing policy and state law by providing 146 units on a vacant site within the corridor and providing on-site affordable units. Rob did a very good job of showing you some of the design features. I have a few slides to kind of talk about some of the features of BREEZE. Again, the site plan. I think it's important to note that the footprint of this version of BREEZE was reduced in size from the previous version, and the lot coverage on the lower graphic only shows 25% of the site with lot coverage. Almost 52% of the site is dedicated to landscape areas and open space around the project. That's a smaller footprint than before. It was approximately 32% before. Again, the project features 146 units with a variety of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Rob mentioned the parking under density bonus requirements are only required to have 73 spaces. The project has 259 spaces, with 229 designated for residents and 30 for guests. The project could implement a TDM program along with its transportation alternative options with the bike room and bike storage that it provides. It could provide an e-bike share, a rental program. The project management could work with NCDD Transit and coordinate for discount resident passes with the location and access to the station that's available. Again, the project has a number of amenities, as you'd find in a luxury apartment project: meeting rooms, rooms for arts and crafts and yoga, private storage in the garage. Again, the bicycle parking room for 146 bikes and repair space. A very prominent roof deck. It's almost 9,000 square feet with a pool and outdoor amenities, and a pet park on the lower level at Nevada Street. Rob had shown you some of the slides on the architecture. I won't spend a lot of time on these, but this was the before and after kind of picture of what comments we'd gotten from the Planning Commission and public. And the applicant made a significant effort to upgrade the facades and the articulation of the building, to provide different sections of the building and give the building a much more aesthetic, enhanced and eclectic look in the coastal area. Again, all vertical solar panels were removed from the building. Tower elements were added and enhanced in the building. Balcony elements were added to the building, again, to create a more horizontal and vertical articulation. Additional landscaping was added to the project as well. This is a view from the motor court showing some of the building materials, and again, the horizontal and vertical articulation with the balcony towers and the rooftop cornices. This is the view from the Oceanside Boulevard, again, showing horizontal and vertical articulation. The color material board was enhanced, and a number of additional colors and materials were added to the project, again, to create that nice coastal eclectic design. I'm going to skip through a couple of these. This is the rooftop deck area that I was talking about. But ultimately, in summary, again, the city and the state face a dire housing shortage. The city developed the Sustainable Corridors Plan effort to address this housing shortage. Breeze provides 146 housing units for the city, 15 dedicated for very low-income households. Breeze is an infill development in a high-density urban area within a half mile, really a third mile of the Sprinter Transit Station within the Oceanside Boulevard corridor. And Breeze complies with the city general plan and zoning ordinance under the state density bonus law and with the local coastal program, and implements the city's Sustainable Corridors Plan. The Planning Commission, we feel, action violated the Housing Accountability Act and the state density bonus law. And the findings for denial are not supported by substantial evidence. And staff has maintained its recommendation for approval of Breeze and provides required findings in support of the project and the CEQA addendum, also noting that staff is unable to recommend denial based on provisions of state density bonus law. Finally, we believe the City Council should approve the Breeze project as substantial evidence supports the required entitlement and CEQA findings. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. We're here with our team members, and we can field any questions you may have later on as well.
Thank you. Do we have any requests? Oh, we have 12. Okay, you want to go ahead and get started on that?
Our first speaker is Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by Ken Layton, to be followed by Donna Geierman, to be followed by Maggie Matthews. Okay. Ken Layton. And as I call your name, please approach the podium. We have 2 available podiums you could speak from. Ken Layton, to be followed by Donna Geierman, to be followed by Maggie Matthews, to be followed by Macy Mitrovic.
On your last night on this dais, it should be noted, Mr. Rodriguez, that you were the only councilman who questioned the very iffy financing for the Aquatic Center. Good for you. Unfortunately, you are also known as the coin slot councilman. If a developer wanted to build a hideous high-density crap heap, all they had to do was put money in your slot and you would tap dance or sing or do whatever they wanted. Wouldn't you know it that your swan song pay-to-play vote will be to approve the most hideous development of them all? Howard Jacobs got his initial Breeze project approved, but then, figuring that because he had paid off 4 of the 5 city council members with over $27,000 in campaign cash, he knew he had them in a submissive position. He knew he could pull off a switcheroo and triple the size of the project and use the previous approval for this new disaster for a reason that needs to be discovered. The staff, with a straight face, said, well, doggone it, this is just the same as the last one, let's run with it. And this Breeze is an overwhelming ghetto menagerie of stacked metal boxes, 3 times the size of the first. And we're talking, this is west of I-5. The intensely overcrowded tin can tenement slum clearly raises safety issues since it's a block from Ditmar School. You could easily deny it just as planning did if you weren't on Howard Jacobs' take. Well, how about this script flip? Based on today's UT article, it seems Corey Jensen has admitted, whoopsie, that she was in fact not a resident of Oceanside. If this Breeze Hillside storage bin slum passes on a 3-2 vote, this and any other 3-2 vote she voted yes on could be overturned and revoted because Corey Jensen was not a legitimate council member. There is a process called pro warranto, which, if enforced by a Superior Court judge, would declare that Ms. Jensen was not eligible to hold office and therefore her votes were not valid. Stay tuned on this, my fellow Osiders. You couldn't pay your property tax for like 6 years, and then all of a sudden the whole $670,000 miraculously and mysteriously got paid right before the election. I'm wondering if some developer will now step in to pay your upcoming legal fees to keep your residency status and your votes intact.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. The developer keeps talking about this project being on the transit corridor. It's on the side of the hill, the cliff. The pretty pictures, or even the drawings, you see the green, it makes you think that it's set back. It's not. Hopefully you got my email with the geological report. The original one was done for a completely different project, 2 levels of underground parking, but it sat farther back and they were hitting bedrock at 4 or 5 feet. This is now on the hillside. That is a safety issue. The retaining walls are a safety issue. There's no documentation on how high those walls are, anything, for that original project back in 2015 had all kinds of a documentation, so that's concerning to me. The other thing that's concerning is the cul-de-sac pedestrian gates. As you can see, they even show that the walkway to get to transit and the Sprinter is down Ditmar to a signalized intersection, crossing over where the 7-Eleven is, and it's safe. But they also show the pedestrian gates being as bicycle access. If a bicycle is to leave our cul-de-sac and they're gonna try to go west, they either are gonna have to ride their bike on the sidewalk, which is illegal, or they're gonna be riding in the bicycle lane the wrong way with oncoming bicycles. That is a safety issue. If those pedestrian gates were removed, that would give everyone the exact same safety path to get to transit, to get to the west. If they want to go down the hill, there is another gate at the very end of the project on Oceanside Boulevard. We see all the accidents with the bicycles and the kids. You know, this project says it's for families. Please don't have an accident and have somebody die by having those pedestrian gates where bicycles can go through it. Thank you.
Maggie Matthews. Be followed by
Greetings,
Macy.
Mayor and city folk, city council folk, that is. This project is on Oceanside Boulevard, which is the gateway into coastal Oceanside, along with Mission Boulevard. I can't think of a worse project in terms of aesthetics alone, but more importantly, traffic, safety concerns. The proposed tentative map is inconsistent with the land use element 2.0 of our general plan by proposing the consolidation of 4 parcels to accommodate this project. This project affects the long-term enhancement of the community by ignoring the adjacent and surrounding land uses, the required compatibility, and the proper integration in the neighborhood due to the size, siting, and proximity to existing residential and commercial structures. This project fails to ensure adequate light, air, privacy, and open space for each dwelling as outlined in section 101 OCB of the zoning ordinance. As well, the site is not physically suitable for the type and proposed density of development because the project was unable to comply with multiple development standards, including setbacks, retaining wall height, and hillside development provisions provided in the zoning ordinance, even before the granting of density bonus waivers. There are fundamental problems with this project on this parcel. Please deny this project.
Good evening. My name is Macy, and I live on
Seaglass Way, right across from where they're going to build the Breeze Apartments. The Breeze development poses a really dangerous risk for road safety, despite their plans to improve pedestrian access to the Sprinter Station. The number of residents at the Breeze will significantly increase traffic congestion from using street parking throughout the neighborhood to frequently using Oceanside Boulevard to commute. I've witnessed cars flying up and down the boulevard, and more development for continued pedestrian safety on Oceanside Boulevard will be imperative for existing residents, tourists, as well as potential Breeze residents. Thank you for your time.
Adam Frankel, to be followed by Bogart Bachman, to be followed by Juan Kenye.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Frankel. I'm an attorney from the law firm Lozo Drury LLP. I'm here today on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that you reject the applicant's appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision denying the addendum. SAFER believes that approval of the addendum would violate CEQA and that an environmental impact report, or EIR, is required. SAFER fully recognizes the severity of the state's housing affordability crisis and supports the city's efforts to meet its regional housing needs. However, it objects to any effort to disregard long-standing environmental laws that afford important protections to the environment and to the health and safety of the project's future residents, as well as impacted community members. In its appeal filing, the appellant alleges, without evidence, that SAFER's arguments are quote-unquote speculative. It does so without meaningfully engaging with the substantial evidence which SAFER has presented on multiple occasions, and fails to acknowledge SAFER's expert findings regarding significant impacts to indoor air quality, which would significantly affect the health of future residents, as well as existing biological resources on the site. SAFER's experts have engaged extensively with the technical analyses prepared for both the 2019 mitigated negative declaration and the 2022 addendum, and have repeatedly concluded that the revised project involves new significant environmental impacts which the addendum fails to adequately disclose or mitigate. The revised project, which involves nearly 150 apartment units with multiple levels of underground parking, is drastically different than the 34 townhomes that were reviewed and approved in 2019. The mere fact of it being a smaller footprint does not change the fact that the environmental effects have been studied and determined to be significant. New information shows that the revised project's environmental impacts are substantially greater than those that would have resulted from the original project, and that they have not been adequately disclosed or mitigated. These significant impacts include substantial effects on noise, local and regional air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, energy consumption, and again, biological resources. Residents and planning commissioners have also raised important concerns that the applicant has failed to address regarding aesthetic and glare impacts. The applicant has, again, provided no new evidence in support of its appeal and has instead claimed incorrectly that denial of the project would violate state housing law. That is patently false. State housing laws do not preempt CEQA, nor do they release the city from its obligation to conduct legally compliant environmental review for all projects. If the city wishes to move forward with this project, it must first conduct the appropriate environmental review to ensure that any significant impacts are properly disclosed and mitigated. The clear path for doing so is to reject today's appeal and to direct planning staff to prepare an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Bogart Bachman. I'm a resident of Oceanside. Hey, so first, before we start to debate the merits of the project, I think we should think about the precepts of our arguments when we're making this project. Affordable housing, it's a flawed metric. Currently, there's an ongoing federal lawsuit regarding price fixing with market rate as supplied by RealPage and other sources. So we should consider that when we're considering affordable housing and what that actually is in the city. And as part of that, I think we should have a minimum occupancy requirement for this building should it be built so that we don't have unused housing stock within the city. Second, given there's a recession and We've seen millions and billions of dollars just disappear in, Cayman Islands or Bitcoin or what have you in the stock market. We should make sure that there is money for completion of this project. That is a safety issue because you can have blight, unsafe things in incomplete construction projects, and there's going to be an incentive for the developer to cut corners should they not have the funding. And so maybe, for example, a construction fund required by the developer to make sure they can actually complete the project. And as to the actual design of the project, has anybody heard the word Pruitt-Igoe? Pruitt-Igoe? So Pruitt-Igoe is a terrible public housing project in St. Louis. It was built in the 1950s, and it was torn down in the 1970s due to blight. Now, this project shares several features with that Pruitt-Igoe design. Long, stranger hallways. You're talking about long hallways with lots of doors on them, sort of a stranger space. You can't create any sort of neighborhood interaction like that. A lack of floor level, not facility level, but floor level community spaces to which people can get to know each other, and so they're not acting hostile towards each other, creating those conditions for blight and unsafe areas. And then elevator wait times where people would be vulnerable with their groceries, older ladies, et cetera. With a facility this big, you may not know your neighbors, and that's the first part of it. And then also regarding the transit aspect of this, the parking garage is clearly too big if it's supposed to be a transit-oriented development or something like that. Cycling facilities, also that cycling facility, they should have access to the car gate. And that's what I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Juan Kane. First and foremost, I want to make sure that everybody does know I grew up here. I have a special place in my heart for Oceanside. I object this idea of luxury apartments. How many of them will truly be affordable to residents who are working class citizens? We have been excessively fed hogwash about a housing shortage. When a lie is said often enough and loud enough, people will believe it. The fact has been exploited for way too long. Since the late 1990s, there has been a legacy of city council members here in Oceanside who sold their souls to developers. As a result of campaign donations from developers, they do their bidding instead of the constituents who voted for them into office. For the current and upcoming city council members, the ball is in your court to end this corruption. There has been neighbors who reside nearby who brought to attention of previous meetings that it will hinder the use of their solar panels, not to mention the high-rise eyesore. The city has enough of them. Where are the new influx of vehicles going to be used? There has been a dire need of upgrading roads, as far as widening them, accommodating more of these vehicles, which clearly now is virtually impossible. Again, because every place has been friggin' developed in this city, and clearly has not been done beforehand. My last question is, when will this class warfare end?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Lisa Hamilton, 323 South Ditmar.
Can you bring the mic closer to you?
I guess Bo is taller than I am.
Thank you.
Lisa Hamilton, 323 South Ditmar. And I once heard the comedian Chris Rock say, you can drive a car with your feet, but that doesn't mean you should do it. Here, the applicant is calling on you to say he can build what he has said, but that doesn't mean you should approve this project. I heard the staff presentation, but the applicant could do much better for the city if he was required to. Visually, this is like a sore thumb that can never be improved. Fine to add housing, but this will never get better looking or diminish the impact on the neighborhood or the city. You can approve it, but should you add more luxury housing when we need workforce housing instead? How can he mention homeless housing and affordable housing and senior housing in the same breath as asking you to support this project? You can support this project by stretching your imagination to cover this, but should you ask for more from the applicant than barely ticking off the boxes? I ask you to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a few visual aids. So I'm Joan Bachman. We own property across Oceanside Boulevard from this project. This is not a legal issue. You have been told that. So is the Planning Commission. That's not what's at issue here. This is actually the front of a war. If you allow this abomination to move forward, Oceanside cannot be the only city that has to live with it. Every coastal city must be forced to have it. After all, we're in a housing crisis. So Encinitas Boulevard, Carlsbad Village Drive, Leucadia Boulevard, Lomas Santa Fe, Del Mar Heights Road, all west of 5 must have this project. And they can pay our legal fee. So please vote no. I don't think you understand how incredibly huge and unsafe this building really is. I have some models here. If they little surfers straight from the Surf Museum, one for each council member. There are 2 female and 3 male ones. The model shows what it's like for someone living in this place, like a single mother. The gate for the cavernous parking area will be propped open regularly. Everybody knows that. They say that's security. It's not. It'll be propped open every time somebody moves in and out, which will be often. So there's no control. The walk is longer than a city block. The hallway is tiny and has many hiding spaces. So you must vote no. The city needs to be broken up into multiple towers. Our neighborhood has never been against higher density. We have never mentioned that. But you might have to have multiple towers with dedicated elevators to address some of the problems that Bo brought up. It's very overparked. So there is no reason that this thing needs to be built. It's the size of the county administration building, only taller. It's 1.5 hotels at the beach. If you put it at the end of the Mission Pacific, it goes all the way to the pool on the Seabird. So this is how big this thing is. It is too big. So my husband, I'm a single mom, come in and I park wherever I have to park. I go all the way down to an elevator. How long does it take to get to this elevator?
Do you want to give her a mic? Joan, stop her time. Joan, take the mic. You only have 30 seconds left.
Okay. This is the aisle. After I've made it through this cavernous parking structure with God knows who and coming out of what car, I'm carrying my groceries. It's after work. I've got kids. I've got to worry about all this stuff. And I have a regular schedule because I get off at 11 o'clock from Albertsons. Okay? So I have to go all the way down to an elevator at each end, get in it with who knows who, go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors, walk down this alley. It's a block long. This is the length of Horn Street, the 400 block of Horn Street. Okay, there are 50-foot lots on Horn Street. My kids grew up on Horn Street. We know that block. We measured it. It's 400 feet.
Please finish your comments.
Walking down all the way down. So this person is that small, that single mom, trying to get to her apartment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kevin Bachman, to be followed by Sheila Cada.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Kevin Bachman. I own property across the street from this. Breeze luxury, kind of an oxymoron. It has neither. We need housing. Clearly we need housing in this community, but this is an abomination. All we hear is legal arguments to maximize density, minimize their costs, dump on Oceanside, deliver something that's unsafe, and build it the cheapest. Take, take, take. This scale is over the top. It's just a big box, a big bread box wrapped with a bunch of stuff, but it's huge. It's so big that you can't even put this inside Oceanside High football field. It's 1.5 times the length of a football field. Can you picture that in your mind? 1.5 times the length of a football field. It can't even fit inside of the huge stadium we have in Oceanside. It's massive. It's got to be broken up somehow. Think livability and safety. This is our community. This design is not safe, and it's ugly. It's a stain on Oceanside. To be honest, it feels like the developer's hiding under the umbrella of density bonus. Density bonus. We have to be under density bonus. That's an umbrella. Forget that. Make a quality project. Again, it's just take, take, take. No, reject this and ask for a quality project. Break it up. Make it like the other cities, like Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach would do. They would demand quality, architectural scale, and safety. Safety for the community, right? It's on our hearts to make a safe project. Please muster up the backbone to say, no, Oceanside design demands better. Vote just like your neighboring cities would do. No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Cada, and that will be the last registered speaker for this item.
Hello, Ms. Cada.
Hi, I have a problem with my teeth. Anyway, I'm Sheila Cada, and what we need in Oceanside is smart growth. This is not smart growth. And they say affordable, they're going 15 units low income. That's a drop in the bucket. We need a lot more than 15 units low income. We need, what is affordable? They say affordable rent. What is that affordable rent? They don't give the numbers to it. Where it's located, everything about it is not. The Planning Commission 2 times rejected it. We should go with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission works on this. They know what they're doing. They're educated in this. This is not smart growth. This is not good for Oceanside. And why would Howard Jacobs give something like $29,900 to Rodriguez, Kime, Jensen, Wise if he wasn't going to make a lot of money off of this? This is, use your brain. This isn't good for Oceanside. We need good buildings, good things for Oceanside. This isn't one of them, so reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the last person who requested to speak via submitting a slip. You did not have to submit a slip. You can actually speak on this item by approaching the podium, provide your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Does anyone else wish to address this issue? And Ms. Hammerschmidt?
So, Arlene Hammerschmidt, Ruralish Fire Mountain. I already turned in my email, and I know you all said that you read it. However, it is my hope that you go against the good betting odds of these facts right here. that you can summon the real human in you and surpass what really looks like a developer trying to buy a vote for this or for whatever else he has in front of you. But I'll bet you there are people making bets on how this vote goes. I hope you will prove them wrong. In the interest of the safety of future residents of this abomination. Longer, 1.5 times the length of a football field with just elevators on no end, each end. I'm pretty sure we can do better than that if we just ask right now, tonight. Just ask. Thank you.
Any other requests to speak? Okay, I do not see anyone else rising to speak. So I'm going to go ahead. Yes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Fernandez. I live on 1306 Missouri. I plan to speak on the other item as well, which I signed up for, but I feel moved to speak right now. I think the fact that this is even titled luxury housing is just an affront to the people of Oceanside. This is a working class town. I live in the Crown Heights neighborhood, and I've been watching it gentrify in real time, and it's heartbreaking. They recently sold an apartment building there where people had lived, families had lived for over 25 years, and they evicted everyone in the building. And now they've put a little nice paint job and facade, and they're charging inordinate amounts of rent. So here we are, debating this huge building here, right? And it's just laughable that there's 15 units that are quote unquote affordable. I think someone else mentioned what that is, and it's in the house, in your general plan underneath the housing, there's a grid there that breaks down. It says the average rent for a studio apartment is $1,300, which is, that needs to get updated because I don't see a studio in this neighborhood or anywhere around here for less than $1,800 or $2,000 now. Okay, so what is considered affordable? I don't know what they're going to plan to charge for that. However, where are the teachers going to live? Where are the firemen going to live? Where are the cops going to live? Do you think that anybody can afford what's in there? And you also have this smart corridors plan, right, where people can live near and walk near the trains. Do you think that luxury housing, you think people that live in luxury housing that can probably work from home or drive their Teslas or whatever clean vehicle really need to be living right near the train? No, who needs to be living there? People that actually need affordable transportation, right? The people that drive clunky old cars that are getting pushed further and further and further east, right? The farther they have to commute to Vista, Escondido, Poway, right? In these older cars with huge emissions, what does it do? You can be beautiful living on the beach in your luxury condo, but if you have all these people providing all the smog, it's still going to get smoggy on the coast. We're all connected. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to address this issue at this time? I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing. And I believe there were 7 minutes?
7 minutes, 10 seconds.
For rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Niebaum again with the Lightfoot Planning Group. Our rebuttal time, I think, will be spent with Brian Fish with the Buckhalter Law Firm. And then, again, we're available to answer any questions you may have there.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Fish of Buckhalter. And just want to hit a couple points primarily focused on CEQA. First off, all the issues raised tonight are not new. These were all issues that were presented to the Planning Commission and to yourselves in prior letters. Your professional staff has looked at all of these issues, all the allegations made in there, the legal issues as well as the factual issues, and they have determined that the addendum properly complies with CEQA. I just want to point out a couple things just to clarify the standards that apply here. So when we're talking about a situation we're in, which is when the city previously prepared a mitigated negative declaration, the rules change. The standards change, and it becomes under a section called 15162. Once an approved CEQA document exists, as it does here, Proposed changes to the development analyzed in the approved CEQA document can occur without the need for a completely new CEQA document. In fact, the presumption of finality, meaning you've already approved this, you've already analyzed this, it severely limits when a new environmental document can be required after an earlier approval. And the idea here is if you didn't have those standards, every time something happened, you would have to reopen up the whole CEQA document. And CEQA is difficult as it is, enough as it is, and so the law recognizes that once you've gone through that process, if you're coming through with some changes, you don't necessarily have to go through the whole new process. Another point, the law doesn't focus on the changes to the proposed development in the abstract, as SAFER has argued, because again, the in-depth review, the public review of the CEQA document has already occurred, and the time for challenging all that original analysis has long passed. So the question under 15162 is whether that modified project, compared to what was previously disclosed and analyzed in the approved document, that's the focus, and whether those changes represent new significant effects or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified significant effects. What your staff determined, what their record reflects is neither of those two criteria are met. This project may be different, but when you look at the actual analysis, when you look at it from GHG, greenhouse gas, air quality, VMT, all of the factors that you have to consider, there are no new significant effects, and there was no increase in the severity of effects. With those two elements, that means both the addendum was the proper document and that they can't require preparation of a new MND or EIR as they've asked for. So I just wanted to reiterate that. We've addressed all of their issues in great depth, both in the addendum, in the letters we've written before. If you have any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? For the, okay, thank you very much. All right, so to the council, Councilmember Rodriguez.
So first of all, I want to thank the public for coming out, the neighbors, speaking your concerns about the project. State law is set up in such a way that allows projects like this to come through local jurisdictions, and there's limited, we have limited local control. The state of California has in my opinion, incorrect methodology on housing and housing affordability. Or affordable housing, which we're going to discuss in item 30, and I'll go into more detail on the circus and train wreck affordable housing has played out in the state of California. Could staff bring up the slide that shows the number of units and the square footage of the units? Can you bring that up? It showed the number of units and the square footage. I'm going to keep talking if you have a minute to bring that up. I don't know if that's going to be too difficult in the presentation. But what you'll see is Oceanside lacks smaller square footage dwellings because I'm in real estate, and the rental market is tied to square footage and size. And when we discuss and we talk about workforce housing, if you have smaller square footage for couples or individuals that work locally, those units are going to naturally rent out at a cheaper cost, at a cheaper rate. And it's close to transportation. It's close to where individuals work. I can't tell you how many individuals drive here from Temecula, drive here from Escondido because they can't afford our local rents. Well, when you have a 400 to 600 square foot one-bedroom apartment, you and a roommate can easily afford that, or an individual can easily afford that and work locally. We need more housing like this. We desperately need more housing like this in the city of Oceanside. And so I'm actually excited for this project. I'm excited for the number of families and individuals that are going to be able to move to our city, work in our city, and lower those greenhouse gases that they would be emitting if they were traveling from outside of our city. Now they have a place to live. What I did notice is when we had a townhome project, with significantly less units, we had a lot of the same speakers here complaining about that project. So it's one of those dynamics where people don't want housing developments in their backyard, and I understand that. I totally understand that. I respect that. But as policymakers making decisions on the future of our city, on the housing stock that we desperately need to create housing affordability, which means an individual makes an income can realistically, without government subsidy, afford to rent in our city, we need units like this. We desperately need more supply. The dynamic of affordable housing is a false, unsustainable idea that government subsidy is going to be enough to cover everybody's rent that can fill out an application and show that they can't afford the local rents. It's not a sustainable product. The private sector, the developers, we have to rely on as policymakers to build units so that we can create an environment of housing affordability. So I would like to move forward on approval of this project, and I would like to make a motion to support this project.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez, you are making a motion to consider the addendum and adopt the resolution. Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
I have a question for staff. If we were to deny this project and we were found in violation of state housing laws, what would the consequences be to that?
So I'll address that. That's a pretty broad question, but there's multiple ways that could occur. One way would be for the applicant to initiate litigation. And in that case, he would file a petition for writ of mandate. And if successful, if raising Housing Accountability Act or state density bonus law issues, then they could be eligible for attorney's fees and costs of suit. And if they were successful, they could obtain an order potentially requiring the city to reconsider and overturn its decision. And if that wasn't complied with within a short period of time, then a trial court could impose pretty substantial fines.
Okay. It's my understanding.
But I think in full answer to that, the other option I would see is HCD theoretically could refer it to the Office of Attorney General as well, who could theoretically file an action as well.
Yeah, I recently read an article that 2 months ago, the Attorney General of the state of California is absolutely going to litigate all these projects that are turned down. Because of the Housing Accountability Act, they will be fast-tracked and the city will pay $10,000 per unit for each lawsuit. And there are a number of nonprofit legal agencies just waiting to sue because they're just licking their lips for this money. And it's going to start at $1.5 million for each one, and there's going to be multiple lawsuits. And not only that, the judge is then going to order the city of Oceanside to no longer put these projects in front of the Planning Commission or the City Council. They will be court-ordered, approved, and we will have zero say whatsoever, and they will all go forward, no matter what. We have a housing shortage. Gavin Newsom made these laws. They came into law 2 months ago. So anybody who voted for Gavin Newsom voted for these laws. And Oceanside has a housing shortage. We need housing. And like Councilmember Rodriguez said, we need this kind of housing. These small units, we get calls all the time for rental properties that we just don't have. We have no rental properties here. And we get calls for them every day. So with that, I'm going to second the motion to move this project forward. It is happening in Encinitas.
It is too slow.
Oh, yes, it is.
Mayor.
Excuse me. We've already closed the public comment portion of this meeting, so it's now time for the council to deliberate. Any other requests to speak? Deputy Mayor Keim.
The first version of this project came forward, and I thought it was a good fit for the area. I thought the area needed something. When this came forward, I felt the opposite. However, we got a letter from HCD, which is overseen by the governor, and it's more than happy to make it available for everybody. But this came in at the end of November. I'm going to pull out a couple excerpts I think are important. On the second page, down it says, the city must consider the project as proposed, inclusive of any requested concessions and waivers. So everything the developer asks for when they bring it forward, we can't say I want it shorter or I want it less dense. We're not legally allowed to do that per state law. Next page, a little bit longer excerpt. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65589, when a jurisdiction proposes denial or conditional approval at a lower density of compliant housing project development, the jurisdiction bears the burden of proof to justify the denial. Potential violations may incur a minimum fine of $10,000 per unit if found in non-compliance with an order or judgment within 60 days. And this is the important part. The Planning Commission resolution for this project does not identify a specific adverse impact sufficient to justify denial. Last page, and I think this is going to go to the rest of my comments. HCD would also like to remind the city that HCD has enforcement authority over the SDBI or SDBL, the density bonus, the Housing Accountability Act, among other state housing laws accordingly. HCD may notify the California Office of the Attorney General when a local government is in violation of state law. And these aren't empty threats, unfortunately. This is what the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, has done. This is what, at the top of this letter is Gavin Newsom, who signed this. I think our supermajority in Sacramento has caused untold amounts of damage. We've taken a $100 billion surplus, a record. In 1 year, we've turned it into a $20 billion deficit. We have crime spikes, we have all these things, and now the state from Sacramento wants to tell us how to plan our cities, and I couldn't disagree more vehemently. And I want you to, so everyone that spoke tonight, just based on what I heard, I'm going to go on a limb and say many of you voted for the incumbents, whether it's Attorney General, the governor, or your state legislators and assembly members. Please go home and check their record, and I'm going to give you a few bills to check. Check what they voted on SB 9 and 10. And then there's a new one this year, which is one I'm very concerned about. This is AB 2097. And the governor called this a win-win. It's legally, it's not allowing cities to require any parking requirements for a project, any parking whatsoever within a half-mile transit. It's a disaster. So it's one of the frustrating positions we're in on the city is when we have these projects come that I don't want to approve, and I'm going to find written objective standards every time I can, and I'm waiting to hear the mayor talk if she has those, and I'm going to support them. And we're going to go, and I want to see if what happens if our standards are upheld, and if we can deny a project like this. We have to know, because I would like this council to be unified and say 5-0. We have issues with these projects. We're gonna keep fighting with the state for local control like we should. But that's where we're in a tough spot. And like I said, I thought the first project was a great fit. If I hear some legal standards that we can deny this project, and I'm gonna support those.
All right, Councilmember Weiss?
Yes. I think the building's big, it's ugly, out of scale with the neighborhood. In fact, when you look at the exhibit that went to the Planning Commission before they made changes, my first thought, it looked like one of the cargo ship containers up in the Port of Long Beach. At least it looks a little better. But I have a question for staff. Do we have the ability to say, break the building in two, you have to reduce units, break the building in two and have two separate towers?
Well, I'll start and see if Rob wants to chime in. So if you're proposing, and I'll just read you the finding under the Housing Accountability Act, and this is Government Code Section 65589.5J. When a proposed housing development project complies with objective general plan, zoning, and subdivision standards and criteria, including design review standards, in effect at the time the application was deemed complete, but the local agency proposes to disapprove the project or to impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density, the local agency shall base its decision regarding the proposed housing development plan upon written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence on the record that both of the following conditions exist. The first is, and I'm paraphrasing that, but the first is that you have to find the specific adverse impact, and we've talked about what that is in the staff report, and you're aware of that. A written, identifiable public health and safety standard that existed on the day the application was deemed complete, and that there's no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact. That's the second part of the finding. So if you broke it up and it had the chance of reducing density, then you'd have to find a specific adverse impact.
Is big and ugly a specific adverse impact?
I'm not aware of that being a specific written identified public health and safety standard.
Thank you. So my comments. I see why the Planning Commission had deep trouble in approving this project, even after being told by staff regarding the Housing Accountability Act. But one of the things that they did discuss in their resolution in denying the project had to do with addressing the adequacy of the addendum, and that is to the mitigated neg deck. They felt very strongly that this was a completely different project from 34 townhomes to 146 apartment complex unit. And I agree. This does increase, and in terms of the severity of the effects, both the criteria are met here. So I do feel that the planning commissioners were correct in terms of stating that the addendum was completely and wholly inadequate, and that there needs to be CEQA studies, additional CEQA studies. There need to be, and in addressing that, you also are able to provide more notice to the public and to address and mitigate this project. I do believe that this project can be mitigated regardless of the letter that we got from the state, from HCD. I'm not, it's not saying no to the project. It's saying that we still retain CEQA, our right to CEQA, and I would deny the appeal, affirm the PC Planning Commissioner's resolution only as it relates to the inadequacy of the CEQA resolution, and so deny the project without prejudice. So that would put us squarely into what we can legally do and address these safety issues as well. I have to say that my education in urban studies, urban planning, was on the East Coast, and there were tenements and projects that were wholly unsafe and led to, the design of the built environment did lead to crime, did lead to health and safety issues. I'm not saying that this specifically will, because I don't have a CEQA document in front of me. I have lived in a place where you have a huge, long hallway, and it's very scary. I will say, when this was being presented, I was like, oh gosh, I remember running, sprinting, because I was, of course, a lot younger then, because I was scared. I don't know how long this is. I didn't get a sense of a proportion, but I do feel that a more thorough CEQA document would address all this and would make a far superior project. So, I'm not violating the Housing Accountability Act would mean, basically going by way of the CEQA document that I think we all must agree is totally inadequate, and send it back, do the whole thing, and make it safer, make it better. Deputy Mayor Keim?
I got a question for the city attorney. Is the mayor's legal reasoning sufficient?
I mean, that's ultimately going to be up to a court to decide, Deputy Mayor, but the standard is different. I think what she's articulating is the CEQA standard of review for an addendum of a previously adopted mitigated negative deck. So that doesn't deal with the Housing Accountability Act or state density bonus law. The issue there, and what the Supreme Court has said, is when you have a adopted mitigated negative deck and there's an addendum to that document, then the legal standard of review is whether there is substantial evidence of a fair argument of a significant environmental impact. And so that's the decision you have to make as a finder of fact, is have you been presented with substantial evidence of a fair argument of a significant environmental impact? The staff has found that the addendum is legally adequate.
Okay, so we haven't found that impact. It hasn't been brought forward yet.
It's up to your determination based on what you've heard and all the evidence in the administrative record. The staff has not found that.
We would be ordering the staff to come back with findings based on the evidence that was presented, including the testimony from the SAFER group. So that would be my motion. It would be to deny the appeal, affirm the PC resolution only as it relates to the inadequacy of the CEQA resolution, deny the project without prejudice, so they'd be able to come back.
We have a motion and a second before that already.
Yeah, there is a pending motion on the floor. I see no other requests to speak, so let's see what happens with the first motion. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Sanchez, Keim, no.
Thank you. Next item is item number 30. This is introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code to establish revised inclusionary housing regulations and adoption and a resolution adopting an update of the inclusionary housing in lieu fee. I'd like to go ahead and open up this public hearing. Request disclosure from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and public.
Staff and the public.
Staff and public. Mr. Novato, do we have any correspondence and or petitions? Oh, sorry.
All the correspondence received by the clerk's office has already been forwarded prior to the meeting.
All right, we're going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Ms. Leilani Hines, the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and the public here this evening. Tonight, staff is requesting that City Council introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code that will establish revised inclusionary housing regulations and also adopt a resolution adopting an update of the inclusionary housing in lieu fee. The current inclusionary housing ordinance, or known as Chapter 14C of the Municipal Code, requires that any new housing construction development of 3 units or more provide 10% of the units as affordable to lower moderate income families. As an alternative to building the units, developers may pay an in lieu fee at $8.96 a square foot. In the past, that has been the option of choice for some of our developers, but not necessarily what we've seen more recently, as you have seen in the project before you with the Breeze. So in 2020, Council actually did provide clear direction to staff to bring forward amendments to Chapter 14C to facilitate and encourage more developers to construct either on or off-site these reserved units. In August 2020, staff did provide what we call Phase 1 of those amendments that looked at net building area, or defined that, applied it to rental projects as a result of new law, and then the deferral of in lieu fees consistent with the deferral of other impact fees. And then in June 2021, we brought forward an agreement with David Paul Rosen to prepare an inclusionary housing economic feasibility analysis. It would truly look at the in lieu fee, and consistent with the direction of council and what we had stated we would do with the adoption by council of the 2021-2029 housing element, policies that encourage housing, again, to be built on or off-site rather than paying the fee, a program that we would prepare those amendments to Chapter 14C to, again, facilitate and encourage housing. And that's what we're here before you to do. And in February 2022, we did complete, or DRA, our consultant who's here this evening, that feasibility analysis. So throughout this process, we have kept in mind that we were tasked with encouraging the production of housing versus paying the fee. We're also mindful of the housing growth needs of the city and what we call RHNA, or the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And so trying to be mindful of how do we align our policy with meeting those RHNA goals. And then lastly, being compliant with state law, specifically state density bonus law, which really is one of the programs that has been encouraging the production of housing. And then recent legislation in 2018, AB 1505, that addresses inclusionary housing. All this time being mindful that really what we're trying to do in the production realm of housing is strike a balance. Strike a balance of prioritizing housing production through regulations like Chapter 14C, incentives to developers like density bonus law, as well as the commitment that housing staff has had in using the public resources, whether they're in lieu fees, home dollars, or other federal funds, to work on our own to produce affordable housing. The inclusionary housing ordinance really is only one tool in that toolbox. And I think we've demonstrated in the past that the city itself has produced housing in the form of financing projects like Greenbrier Village, Mission Cove. And this ordinance is a tool in which we have as our partner the development community, the market rate development community, to produce some percentage of affordable housing. So I just wanted to make mention of AB 1505. I think it's an evening of state housing law, and the HCD memo that was prepared in 2018 that talks about AB 1505. This law really affirmed a city's ability to implement an inclusionary housing ordinance, but also recognizes the importance of flexibility and mitigating development costs that adds to the ability of our developers to really produce housing. The law also talks about the ability of the state to review an inclusionary housing ordinance under certain conditions when 15% or more, when it's required to provide 15% or more of rental units for low-income households. It also states that, again, the flexibility that we have to offer alternative methods of compliance that include in lieu fees, off-site construction, land dedication, and other examples. And then as well, if the state so deems that they can require a review of an economic feasibility study if we're going to go down a route of being much more restrictive or regulatory in our requirements. Oh, and in fact, in our housing element and under housing element law, inclusionary housing ordinances are looked upon as being a constraint, a governmental constraint on production, and in housing element law, we have to address that in the housing element, and it is so addressed. So keeping in mind, again, the direction of council at the onset and to facilitate and encouraging the production of housing, and keeping consistent with state housing element law, at this point in time, staff is not recommending major overhauls or changes to the ordinance. So keeping and maintaining the 3-unit threshold, maintaining the 10% requirement on new construction of housing, and the affordability term at 55 years. And then lastly, grandfathering in any applications that have been received and considered complete to date. During the public review process with meetings with the Housing Commission, and the Planning Commission, several things were brought up from public comments, including increasing it to the 15% threshold, and then also the affordability term from 55 years to 99 years. Staff continues to recommend that we hold the course on the ordinance, primarily because of the 15% requirement and trying to encourage development rather than adding another constraint or another regulation. The 55 years, again, we recommend the 55 years. There's only a couple of jurisdictions here in the North County, Encinitas and Solana Beach, that do the in perpetuity or the 99 years. An example of how going to a longer 99-year term, it really limits what developers can do in terms of financing and the banks that they can lend with. Some of our senior lenders don't look kindly on an in perpetuity covenant that restricts a property. So say, for example, one of the things we're recommending to you is that we count accessory dwelling units. I'm not quite certain how many lenders are going to lend on a single family product with an ADU that is restricted for 99 years. I don't know how many families are going to agree to restrict their ADU for occupancy and affordability for 99 years. So that's why one of the reasons why the 99 years and the 15% requirement, the staff is not looking to recommend those. Again, the task was to provide flexibility, and so I think that those recommendations are in keeping with that flexibility. We are recommending definition changes, and those definition changes, again, are in the spirit of facilitating construction and aligning them with state density bonus law and the RENA requirements or state housing law under RENA. And then making it clear that under inclusionary housing, replacement housing obligations that developers may have from density bonus law or from providing housing or demolishing housing in the coastal zone, that those are one and the same. You can satisfy your replacement housing obligation with inclusionary, and the same goes for density bonus, that those would be one and the same. Home ownership units, again, keeping in mind wanting the consistency with state law, we did add a new recapture of interest in unit rather than having units, home ownership units, be sold to perpetually sold to a low-income buyer and turning over the same unit time and time again, allowing for the recapture of interest in a unit based upon subsidy to make units affordable in the future, and that's allowed under state density bonus law. In the spirit of, again, facilitating and providing that flexibility to producing units, we've changed some of the design and amenities requirements and gone to a more flexible standard instead of a stricter interpretation that allows for consistency, compatibility of design, but looking at interior finishes or amenities that might differ for some of our reserved units. On the bedroom mix, we're not necessarily requesting that it be bedroom for bedroom. So if a developer is doing a lot of 3-bedroom units but decides to do an off-site construction project, say for senior housing, that they're not required to provide 3-bedroom senior housing, that the housing mix, the bedroom mix matches with the housing demands and needs. So that's something that can change depending upon a targeted population or special needs population. And again, going with the fact that we should be looking at more incentives and concessions to encourage. I think you all have seen throughout the last few years, with every change in state density bonus law, we have more and more residential projects taking advantage of that program. And so out of the last 18 residential projects of 3 units or more, we've seen 11 of them participate in the state density bonus project. So I don't think, with 60% of residential projects participating, I think they're building the units and not necessarily paying the fee like they have been in the past. And that's mostly due to state density bonus law and the major concessions, incentives, and waivers that are offered. We do offer financial assistance when funds are available, just like we did with Greenbrier. When more units are being provided or we're getting deeper affordability, we can use our local public resources to participate in that project. Going through the alternative methods of compliance, our existing inclusionary housing ordinance already provides a number of methods of compliance. We are adding the preservation of existing affordable housing that's set to expire as a viable off-site alternative. Under state law, we are required to try to preserve those existing units. So the stories that you may hear of a project that expires and people have been able to live in that affordable housing complex, but at year 25 or 30, they may be asked to leave the premise or go up to market rate rents. So we've added that. We have also added the accessory dwelling units as an option for developers. That option previously was not allowed. Currently, under the RENA standards, ADUs can be counted towards RENA obligations under certain conditions. And so therefore, we're making that available. It's also a different type of product that meets a demand for seniors, kids just, or your kids, and maybe older kids just entering the marketplace. And then lastly, that in all of these instances, when you're looking at an alternative method of compliance, we do have some requirements that you do have to meet. That the on-site production of housing is not really truly feasible. The alternative that you're looking at needs to be working towards a greater goal or consistent with the goals of the housing element, that we're better served by doing that, and that the alternative off-site site is really truly suitable. And then lastly, currently existing in the ordinance today is that when you're participating in an off-site alternative, particularly for the rental product, that it's not causing any type of residential segregation. So keeping in mind that affirmatively furthering fair housing that we're also required to be mindful of. So as we are talking about trying to see more housing being produced, we've outlined a process for entitlement processing and then mapping of building, where we would require an affordable housing plan that would describe how it complies with Chapter 14C, that you process concurrently with your permit, that it conforms, and that as a condition of your map or your building permit that you need to record an agreement. The process that's laid out in 14C is consistent with the process that's laid out in our own density bonus ordinance, so they work hand in hand again together. The inclusionary housing fee, or the update of that fee, I think that's been the area of most public comment. Staff is recommending a fee increase up to $15 a square foot, and to be phased in over a 2-year period. So $10 in the first year and jumping up to $15 in the second year and all subsequent years. Staff's recommending this rate, although it's not consistent with the consultant's recommendation, because we are mindful that it's really a doubling over the current fee or the fee that we've had over the years, and that it could adversely impact future housing development. An increase to any costs, inclusive of fees, labor, materials. I think that you heard the building industry representative talk about earlier during another item. These costs can amount to $43,000 just in development impact fees, and inclusionary housing in lieu fees are one of those impact fees. And what happens when cost increased is typically we see market cost increase, and that is passed on to our new Oceanside residents. And so making that housing less affordable. So hence why staff is recommending that lower fee, even though it is not the one that is recommended by our consultant. The consultant study did justify a fee that could be pretty high at $32 to $48 per square foot. The consultant's recommendation is at $25 a square foot. Consistently, our Housing Commission on several occasions also did recommend the $25 per square foot and didn't want to waver from that because of the need for affordable housing. There was much discussion with the Planning Commission as well on that $25 a square foot. We are also recommending that there be an automatic annual adjustment that's based on the construction cost index, was a very typical cost index to use rather than calculating that fee year to year, which we have been doing under the existing ordinance. And just to take a look at what other jurisdictions charge, Carlsbad in March 2022 raised their fee to $15 per square foot, had a very similar conversation between their Housing Commission council and staff as to what that fee would be. Our other neighbor, Encinitas, charges $20 a square foot, and one of the higher fees here in San Diego County at $32 a square foot in the city of Del Mar. So as I mentioned, we've had a number of public meetings with our Housing Commission. We've had some meetings with our residential stakeholder groups and a few meetings as well with our Planning Commission to talk about all of these updates along the way. We're here this evening to present the final fruits of staff's labor in a new updated ordinance and a new fee at the $15 a square foot. With that, staff is recommending that council introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code to establish the revised inclusionary housing regulations, adopt a resolution adopting an update of that inclusionary housing in lieu fee, again at the recommended $15, although there has been discussion related to that. Staff's available to answer any questions. We do have Nora Lake Brown, a representative of David Paul Rosen, our consultant on the study, available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any requests to speak from the public?
We have 9 registered speakers on this item.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by Linda Walshaw, to be followed by Inez Williams.
Good evening. Arlene Hammerschmidt, 37-year resident of Fire Mountain, rural-ish Fire Mountain. I was at the Planning Commission hearing on this, and it's very interesting that this is a housing issue, and yet the Housing Commission recommendations seem to have been pushed aside. On a kind of overall umbrella note, we really, as leaders of Oceanside, need to lose the self-image of Oceanside's just the ugly stepsister. So we should give stuff away. We are the last gem on the Pacific coast, and people should be not, developers can be helping with that. So we don't need to give away all the cookies, basically. There's a joke, somebody caught that joke. You don't need to give away all the cookies. You council members, and I thank you for the 3 who are here at this time, have a choice and an opportunity to restore this community's faith and trust in this council by doing 2 things to this ordinance when you approve it. This will also show that our city leaders are really concerned and ready to make a difference by pushing real affordable housing forward at a faster pace than in the past. It's a 25 and 25 thing. Change the in lieu fee to $25 immediately, and change the affordable housing percentage to 25%. 25% affordable housing. Otherwise, we're never going to meet our RENER numbers for low-income housing. 25 and 25, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Walshaw. I am the CEO of Mobile Home Advisory Committee. We are a 501c3 representing mobile homeowners throughout the county of Oceanside. We just completed a report with the county and with UCSD researchers, and what we found to begin with was that the county numbers don't match the city numbers, and that's not just the city of Oceanside, that's other cities. and that the county numbers don't match the state numbers. And part of that is how the numbers are being reported and counted. So our report has been completed. It's with a graphic artist right now, and it will be presented to all of you as soon as it's available. So what I wanted to bring to your attention is this article that private equity giants are converging on manufactured homes. This article was dated in 2019, and we have 5 Oceanside parks that have already sold to investors. The subject of this article, the group that's involved in this particular article already owns 2 parks here in Oceanside. So this is real, this is here, and manufactured homes are the largest component of affordable housing in the state of California. And the problem we have is that we can't always count those units as affordable housing because they're not means tested. Laguna Vista Mobile Home Park is the exception because it has a separate regulatory agreement with the city. But the rest of them cannot be counted. So one of the things that we've looked at is increasing the in lieu fee to $25 immediately. I agree with that. And also that we consider, or at least look at the numbers for the possibility of giving developers the opportunity to donate a portion of their land when they're doing these big projects like North River Farms. We've already talked to some of the developers, and they've offered to run numbers for us. If we could take an acre or 2 of that land and put modular housing or manufactured homes on it and run it as a nonprofit community, then we could count it as affordable housing. People would get immediate housing that they would buy and own, just like they do with manufactured homes now. The developers wouldn't have to build it. All they have to do is do the utility hookups. So we should at least consider it and look at the feasibility of doing that. The developers are open to discussion about that. So that's a huge thing. And the average cost to live in Oceanside and rent right now, according to Sandag, is $47 to $49 an hour. The largest portion of newly homeless people are seniors and veterans. And if we lose even one of these communities, we're going to be looking at hundreds of people coming to you to see where they're going to live.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Inez Williams, to be followed by Wilson, but I think Wilson is not here. To be followed by John McDowell, to be followed by Kelly Batten.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Inez Williams, a longtime resident of Oceanside. And for those of you who are sitting here today who do not know me, that's on the dais, I am the City of Oceanside Housing Commission chairperson. And so if you're sitting here and you don't know who I am, that's probably because you've never even bothered to come to a meeting that the Housing Commission has conducted to even know what was before the Housing Commission and the issues and some of the challenges that we face as a Housing Commission. But I came out today to speak on the Oceanside's inclusionary housing update to the in lieu fee. From my understanding, Oceanside, you guys hired a consultant to come in and to do a market analysis on the in lieu fee. Currently, that in lieu fee is $8.96 an hour. So no wonder we would have someone that would come before you with that monstrosity of a project that you just passed at $8.96 an hour. I would come too if I could build. So the consultant came back and said $25 an hour is the recommendation, and city staff says, well, we want to incentivize the builders. I don't think they need any incentives to come and build in the city of Oceanside. So the recommendation of the Housing Commission, which we recommend and we voted unanimously, was to raise that fee to $25 an hour. I'm sorry, before Thanksgiving, I went to Costco to purchase some eggs. Those eggs were about $3. I went around Thanksgiving, those eggs went up to almost $7. Costco did not consult with me or try to incentivize me on raising the cost of the eggs. You either purchase the eggs or you don't purchase the eggs. They either build in Oceanside or they don't build in Oceanside. I don't think we're gonna have a problem finding individuals to build here in Oceanside. And I equate this like going to the doctor. You paid the consultant has done a market analysis, and they've come back and said $25 an hour. The doctor has done the evaluation. The doctor comes back and the doctor says, this is what's wrong with you and this is how you can fix it. And you look at the doctor and say, yeah, doc, I hear you, but this is what I'm gonna do. And that is what the staff has presented to you. The consultant has told you $25 an hour, and the staff says, yeah, I hear you, but we're gonna incentivize the builders, and we're gonna do $15 an hour. I don't think that's the direction that the council should be looking to go in on this evening. And as your chairperson, I'm hoping that you would go with the recommendation of your Oceanside Housing Commission, along with the recommendation of the consultant that you hired. And I don't even want to ask how much you paid for this consultant to go out and do the market analysis to come back and then say, oh, we're going to go against the consultant and we're going to go with the $15, because you could have saved the city a whole lot of money if that's the way you're choosing to vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm John McDowell. I'm an Oceanside resident. I live in the Costa Serena neighborhood, and I would encourage the council to reject the ordinances drafted. I think we're really missing an opportunity here to increase affordable housing in Oceanside. As Ms. Williams mentioned, you have a recommendation from the consultants that we paid for, from the Housing Commission. We have the votes of 3 out of 7 planning commissioners to reject the ordinance. I think the in lieu fee should be higher. I would recommend that either the in lieu fee this evening be increased, or that the council send it back to staff to rework the ordinance to be more consistent with the recommendations of the consultant. You know, the in lieu fee should encourage developers to build affordable housing. The inclusionary housing ordinances are really good public policy, and we can, bemoan other state statutes that have been enacted with regard to housing, but this is good public policy. It's something that we should take advantage of. Oceanside is a vital, diverse community. We have people of different income levels. We are encouraging an increase in tourism-related industries, which only makes sense for us by the ocean. But people who work in those industries need a place to live, and we should be providing places to live in the city of Oceanside for them. Again, I would encourage the council to either rework the ordinance so that we increase the in lieu fee, or send it back to staff and have it reconsidered. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. On behalf of the Building Industry Association of San Diego and our members, we would like to address the changes to Oceanside's Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. As proponents of middle-income housing, we see regulations like inclusionary housing policies as a roadblock to home ownership. However, we applaud the efforts made by Oceanside City staff to draft an inclusionary housing policy that allows a great amount of flexibility and will help ensure units for middle and low-income residents are included in housing projects throughout the city of Oceanside. We appreciate the addition of accessory dwelling units to be included as low-income units. This is just one more tool in the toolbox to build affordable units. Trust me, if I had an ADU on my property, I would love to place my elderly mother-in-law, who would be on the streets if she didn't live in my house, because her income isn't enough to provide her own place to live. Having her own space would be a stress relief on all of us, and I'm sure many other families are in similar situations. Additionally, the removal of stringent bedroom counts from design parameters allows for appropriate unit size to fit with current targeted demographics. Seniors and single veterans, for example, will not require as many bedrooms as a 4-person family with children. The BIA feels the changes in the code allows flexibility to build appropriate unit sizes where needed, is consistent with state density bonus rules, and aligns with state guidelines to meet RHNA goals. There has been a lot of discussion at Housing and Planning Commission regarding the $15 per square foot in lieu fee. The in lieu fees are incurred by new homeowners and add significant costs to monthly payments. For example, a $15 per square foot fee is an additional $185 per month on an average sized home. At $25 per square foot, that fee adds up to $315 per month. On a typical 6% interest rate mortgage, that adds up to $113,000 over a 30-year mortgage term. In a time where housing is critical, where people are struggling to make ends meet, those fees are a real significant cost to families. And as you noticed, the cities with high in lieu fees, they're not building any housing, not just not affordable housing. As I mentioned previously, these costs add up. This affects rents and mortgage payments and makes housing unattainable. At a time when San Diegans are struggling, we need to do our best to support working families, not make it more difficult. Again, I appreciate staff's hard work on this ordinance, and we encourage you to accept staff's recommendation.
Rob Howard, to be followed by Rachel Fernandez, to be followed by Ellen Bartlett.
Honorable Mayor, Council, thank you all for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I want to start by saying it's difficult to do your job. As a public servant, you're going to hear multiple sides, and oftentimes we go towards what we are comfortable with. We go towards whatever we've been indoctrinated with, and we go towards what makes us believe we're doing the right thing based on the information we have. But in Oceanside, we can complain about every single law with housing that has been passed, but the problem is they keep passing them because cities are not doing the work of building housing. Our RENA numbers with the higher end housing were good. With low income housing, the housing for the lower income levels, we're awful. And if we do not adjust the RENA number is not about adding the cost. The RENA number is about incentivizing the build. Invite other developers. If we only have developers that want a low in lieu fee, then maybe we're talking to the wrong developers. How about we have conversations with affordable housing folks and bring them in and direct staff to have the tough conversation? We get ugly projects because we keep doing what we've been doing, and that's insanity. We can change what we're doing. The $25 in lieu fee, if they build the housing, guess what? It's not added on the individual that's doing the purchase. Now we have inclusionary housing. So I'm sure we're gonna get comebacks about all the individual pieces, but the reality is we've been doing what we've been doing, and we keep getting no housing that is affordable. If we care about our business community, and we have a tourism community, and we are building businesses in the city, yet people can't afford to live here, then honestly, do we care about our business community? I'm a business owner. I understand that times are tough right now. But I'm trying to operate my business in a way to where I want to make sure that the things I do are right and just. My late father told me something. He said, all money is not good money. All money is not good money. And you do the right thing for the right reasons, the end result will be better. It may take us a while to get that done, but we need to bring more people in to have these conversations about housing because we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing. I just ask you to recognize that tough decisions need to be made on this issue, and I would love to see us do what we can to make it better for the folks who are actually making our tourism industry run, who are making our businesses run. Our young people want to live here. Let's see what we can do about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello again, Council. Thanks for your time. I just want to start by just reading something from the City of Oceanside 2021 to 2029 housing element. Under rental housing, there's several tables that break down income levels and housing needs, but under the rental housing section, when all that's kind of said and done, so I recommend everybody go to that general plan and look up this housing element. It literally says right here, when market rents are compared to the amounts households can afford to pay, which is in table 11, market rate apartments are affordable to moderate and above moderate income households only. Only, that's it. okay? At the very low and extremely low income levels, whose affordable rent is $583 to $1,161, households have a very difficult time finding affordable rentals for even the smallest apartments. So that said, in response to Councilmember Rodriguez's comment on the last item about the need for these small units, I totally understand where you're coming from. Agreed. I'm a relatively young person, not as young as I used to be, but I live in a studio apartment, and I'm very thankful that where I've lived for as long as I have, I've been able to have an affordable situation there. I teach college, and I am finishing grad school. If I had to move right now, I wouldn't be able to live here. There's nowhere for me to live. Even this project that you guys just approved, I saw it say, first of all, again, the terminology luxury housing, it is offensive at this point. It feels like class warfare. Second of all, it said market rate apartments, 146 market rate units. Well, it says right here that market rate is not affordable for low income or even median income people based on these numbers. So if there's not incentive for these developers to not comply with including market rate housing, then they won't do it. So right now, as it stands, if a 400 square foot unit gets built and they break they pay the in lieu of fee, it'll only be $3,600. They could make that money back in like 2 months of rent for one unit. So we need to raise the fee that they pay if they're not going to provide these units so that they have more incentive to raise it. So please, I really urge you to move forward on this matter. And yes, $25 per square foot would be a lot better, but anything at this point, movement forward, I think is better than nothing. But again, we really need to think about all these different ways to address this idea that there are different kinds of people that live in different places, and the people that make this city great and make it what it is are working class people. My neighbor, my mechanic, he and his whole family can live where they live because his landlord loves them as tenants, hasn't raised the rent barely at all in years. But that's not the case for most of these people. So we need affordable housing built and not developers breaking from that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Ellen Bartlett, and I'm representing Preserve Calavera tonight. And I hope you're able to read our earlier email comments. I will just highlight some of the major points in there. Our city is unfortunately in the same boat with the rest of the cities in the San Diego region, and it isn't doing nearly enough to ensure we build sufficient housing to meet the needs of low and very low-income households. We don't have a housing crisis, we have a housing affordability crisis. We can see all the consequences of this crisis around our city every day: increasing homelessness on our streets, families forced into overcrowded living conditions, increased traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions as people must drive longer distances between home and work. The housing crisis will not get better unless we actually build more affordable housing. Housing plans on paper will not help our affordable housing crisis, but actually building the houses will. It makes no sense for our city to hire an expensive consultant and then ignore their key recommendations, which include incentivizing developers to actually build housing, not just pay in lieu fees. Paying in lieu fees should be the rare exception and not the rule. The developer should have less discretion about paying the fees versus building the units. It takes us years to accumulate enough fees to build the units ourselves, and we need the housing today, not years from now. And we must make the fees high enough that developers are encouraged to build the units. Anything less than $25 per square foot, and we are just continuing the cycle. Once again, I will call your attention to the, what was there? Thank you. Okay, once again, I'm going to call your attention to this. It clearly exposes our affordability housing gap. We are short 1,142 very low and 655 low-income units. Well, we have already exceeded those for above moderate. This gap with will become an affordable housing chasm if we fail to make changes. We urge you to make the recommended changes to this ordinance so our city can begin to make a real difference in providing vital, affordable, housing for our community. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That is all the registered speakers we had on this item.
Okay, this is a public hearing. You do not have to have signed up to speak on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Anybody else wanting to speak, please approach the other podium. Thank you.
Good evening again, Donna Geierman, Oceanside resident. This is something you vote on, correct? Well, isn't it funny, when this started and Leilani started speaking, Miss Jensen left and I watched her drive out the property. She didn't even stay here long enough to vote for this, but she made sure she stayed for the breeze, that she got her campaign contribution. That's the first thing. I agree with everyone else, it should be at least $25. We need that money for the low-income housing. I got really confused with the speaker from the BIA. She was talking about, oh, what it's gonna cost a family, $25 a month, and their rent and their mortgage. No, this is paid by the developer. I got totally confused by how she said it was gonna hurt their pocket. But of all things, this really proves the point of Miss Jensen. And Christopher Rodriguez, do you go by the name Thomas? Just wondering.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak on this item? I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and go to the council. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you for everyone who came to speak on this very, very important item. About halfway through my council term, I had important meetings with the private developers, city staff, affordable housing developers. We had several meetings right here, and we moved on streamlined processes to help our development department, and a lot of those have been implemented, and just a lot of success is coming out of our development services. And the lingering issue was our inclusionary housing ordinance, 14C. And so I moved on a council agenda item that we need to revamp this and we need to update it because it is insufficient. It was really weak. It kind of set up policy to where the default was, hey, let's pay the fee. And I get that. It's very important for us to understand that government doesn't build housing. Private developers build housing. And they build housing when there's incentives. They're private enterprises and they're businesses. I really appreciate Ms. Fernandez and Ms. Williams' testimony. If you two can come, you can go ahead and put on the screen if you could. If you two could come up, I have a couple just basic questions for you based on your testimony. I only have 10 minutes, so please make your responses brief.
Yes.
Ms. Fernandez,
yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Briefly, what do you think affordable housing means? And from your perspective, what does it mean? What does affordable housing mean?
I mean, affordable housing is in relation to your income. So I'm actually just studying this stuff right now. I'm at San Diego State getting my master's in rhetoric, but I've also studied city planning. Yeah. So it's really easy to get overwhelmed by all of it, right? Yeah. Basically, if the market is controlling everything, and as we're coming to find out, there are hedge funds now that are purchasing properties, so it's not even individuals, right? So
do you pay rent or does the government pay your rent in affordable housing?
Okay, yeah, I pay my own rent, but...
Are you aware that affordable housing is government subsidized rent where the government pays your reduced rent based on your income level? It's a complete government subsidized program.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure you are aware of that. And the number of low-income families, it's not sustainable. There's not enough tax subsidy to cover even a fraction of the low-income families. I think what you're alluding to, and I just want to clarify this, is what's called housing affordability. You want to be able to make money and be able to afford a place wherever you want to live, not apply through the government and then taxpayers pay your rent. I just want to be on the same page with you.
Okay, but in regards to this particular issue, if developers can get out of having to comply with something by paying just a fragment of what they'll make back right away, what is the incentive that
Well,
they're gonna
that fee
comply?
goes toward building government subsidized units where
Right, but
the
if
government
it's
pays
low-
all of the individual's rent.
Right, but if it's super low, like as one of the other people that testified, it's not going to be built for a long time. We're not going to have the money coming our way.
You're absolutely right.
Besides that, we don't even, as someone else said, we shouldn't be having the goal of getting them to use the in lieu fees. The fees should be higher so that if they do pay them, the money's going to go to help the people that need it, right? But also maybe high enough to incentivize them to not pay the in lieu fees and just build the housing that they're supposed to
Exactly. Thank you so
Right?
much for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Yeah.
Ms. Williams, really quick, are you familiar with the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee?
I am familiar with the California Tax Credit Allocation
Do
Committee.
you know how many applications they're approving annually right now?
I don't have that information available to me right now.
Okay, so the problem we have here is there's a huge lack of knowledge, and I think the elected bodies are partly at fault because we always go for the easy fix of waving the banner of, oh, we built affordable housing, and city staff is so focused on, following that political direction. We are so focused on this fee, and we have to understand, what does this fee go toward? What is it used for? Well, it's used to build expensive, 100% most of the time government subsidized units where individuals that qualify, their rent is covered. And the reality is there's not a jurisdiction in the state of California that has ever or will ever meet the RENA numbers. It's meant to fail. As a matter of fact, if we look at these statistics on the tax incentives, which this committee approves, there's applications that you can apply for a 9% or 4% credit. The top number is the applicants that applied. The bottom number are the ones that are actually approved. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. We could see just in San Diego County, you guys see the line item? How many houses were built in San Diego County on the last reporting for 4%? This is for the 4% in the entire county. You guys see that? It's 1,100 units in the entire county were built in 1 year. Do you know how many? That's how many we have to build just here in Oceanside. We're supposed to within that period. So let's go to the next slide. This is a breakdown of the 9% and how many applicants and how many units were approved on a state level. And you look at special needs for nonprofits. You look at for seniors. Look, a total of 6,884 applications were approved in the entire state of California. Affordable housing developers want to use this in lieu fee to help subsidize the building of a multi-million-dollar project at about $500,000, $600,000 a unit, and they have to take these fees from a city, then go and apply with this committee. There's no other way to build them. They got to apply through this committee, and guess what? There's not enough subsidy. There's not enough money. It's a traffic jam. So the reality is, it's impossible to build enough affordable government subsidized housing. It is set up to fail. We could collect $100 a square foot. In the end, it doesn't matter. And that's why it took us almost 20 years to build Mission Cove, 300 units, because we had to build up this large balance, end up overpaying for the land, overpaying for the construction. And here's the final caveat. Because we're taking federal taxes, and city staff can confirm this, we cannot have any say on who moves in those units. Somebody from Texas, Alaska, Escondido can apply for those units, and we cannot tell them no over an Oceanside resident. Can city staff please confirm that?
That's correct. That's compliant with fair housing.
So there's a lack of knowledge, and in order for us to fix this issue of housing affordability, not building more affordable housing, we could charge $200 a square foot. It doesn't matter. We have this traffic jam issue. It will never, ever, ever work. We need to create more inventory. Okay, if you have 3 units, one of them is government subsidized, the other 2 are not. What's going to happen? The developer is going to add on to the cost of the other 2 to help pay for the one that they just paid a fee on. So it goes on the back of everybody else. That's how it works.
I understand. I'm very aware of how it works, and the reality is that go to Mission Cove and tell those 300 people who have affordable housing that the system has failed, because the system.
Are those all Oceanside residents? Because we're elected to represent Oceanside.
If a person is homeless, does it matter? We're here to provide
What I'm
service.
saying is
At
that
the
that's
end-
not an adequate
The end goal
model.
for
It's a
the end goal
failing
for the
model.
mayor and for the council should be to ensure that we have sustainable, permanent housing in the city of Oceanside. So you're telling me that if you were one of those 300 people who could not afford to live in the city of Oceanside, the city that you work in, the city that you perhaps went to school in, because you don't have those numbers, just like I don't have those numbers as to if those individuals are Oceanside residents. So we'll just say that they are. How about that?
The majority I've spoken with are not.
That the city has failed them, because I don't think they feel like the city has failed them.
So what I'm getting at on this policy is we've had to create.
Oh, you called me up here, you're not gonna let me respond?
I wanted to know if you understood the tax credit dynamic.
I've been a housing chair for over 10 years. I understand the tax credit, and also I do have a master's degree. I am not ignorant and I am not unlearned.
How long do I have? So
55 seconds.
Yeah, so in the end, if we don't have facts, and we can't get on the same page with facts, we can't have truth. And without truth, we can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality. We're looking at the world differently. We can't solve problems. So if we're going to solve this housing problems, we need to really understand where the issues are, and it's not this fee, because the private sector is the ones building these units. Increasing the fee is going to do nothing but fail, just like it has in every other jurisdiction in the state of California.
Nothing but fail, but they have you guys have all the real estate.
All right, hold on. All right, are you done with the comments? Okay, hold on. We're deliberating up here. Any other requests to speak? Mr. Weiss?
For staff, on one of your slides, you showed that 11 of the last 18 projects were density bonus projects. Would it be fair to say that that percentage within the last few months and being projected is going to be higher than a roughly 56 or 7%?
Yes, likely with all of the changes in state density bonus law and other state laws, yes.
And I think to date, at least 3 that I'm thinking of density bonus projects that came before us that include developers building affordable units on site have met with significant neighborhood opposition.
That's correct, like this evening.
Like
yes.
this evening. And like this evening, the ability to change the design, reduce the number of units is significantly limited by the city.
Absolutely.
So we could make that fee whatever it is. The reality is most developers, it is the likelihood of a standalone market rate single-family development is not going to happen much more in the future. So the source of revenue to support John Seymour or Greenbrier is going to be reducing, because every density bonus project is providing the units on site. They're not going to pay the fee.
Exactly, yes.
You know, I know staff's recommending 15 and the consultant recommended 25. I'm willing to, at least for the start, to split the difference and make it 20 just as a compromise. And I'll move approval of staff's recommendation to make the fee 20.
Deputy Mayor Keim.
Just a couple quick questions for staff. This, and for the audience, this in lieu fee is one of many fees that a developer or builder would pay?
That's correct. We have park fees, there are school fees, there are wastewater fees, water fees. In addition, our entitlement processing fees, building permit fees. I think you heard our BIA representative quote a figure of $43,000 a unit in development impact fees. And this would be one of them.
Okay, when's the last time we updated these again? I know we've discussed it.
The in lieu fee?
Yeah.
We have had some smaller projects pay the in lieu fee.
No, when's the last time we updated our city ordinance?
We actually did update it last year. We're required under the ordinance to update it annually.
I mean, the fee, when's the last time we changed our in lieu fee?
We have updated it, yes.
So I guess my question was, when was, so it was going to 15. Before that, when was the last time we changed it to, what was it currently before tonight? It was 7?
Something around that mark.
Okay, it's been that way for a long, I'm getting my point, it's been that way for a long time,
It's been that
correct?
way, around the $8 mark for a while.
Okay, so that's
For
what.
quite a while.
And if we wanted to, and I'll, a couple parts of this, are we looking at any of these other fees?
I'll leave that to Jonathan Borrego, but I know that we are looking at an update for our parks fee. All of these fees, park fees, in lieu fees, water fees, they're all for the quality of life for our residents. So, you do have to raise them in order to ensure that you do have a community in which Oceanside residents want to live, work, and play.
Maybe Mr. Borrego, could you just paint a picture of all of our, because I know the in lieu fee is just one of many that's going to be combined to increase the cost of developing a home, correct?
Yes, certainly. Honorable Mayor and council members, as was mentioned earlier, there are a significant number of fees, and collectively they do add, roughly $45,000 to the cost of a typical residential unit. Some of the fees that we collect are, traffic signal assessment fees, drainage fees, public facilities fees, parks fees, school fees, wastewater system fees, wastewater buy-in or water buy-in fees, San Diego Water Authority fees. And to answer your question, yes, and when we did take a look at the fees and ultimately landed on a staff recommendation, the cumulative impact of all those fees collectively was something that certainly weighed in our minds in terms of a recommendation. One fee that we are looking at raising, and it will be, I suspect, a significant increase, is our parks impact fee. As the City Council knows, we've been working on a park impact fee study, and I would expect that fee will likely double from its current assessment. So, you can add that to the list of fees as well. So we were trying to be sensitive to the collective group of fees.
Right, and that's why I asked these questions, is we got to look at how the in lieu fee fits with the other fees, and we haven't updated this. We haven't changed the in lieu fee for a long time. We're looking at these other fees. I think it's prudent to take incremental steps and see when we update the in lieu fee, we update the parks fee and those things, see what the big picture is, and then we can revisit this next year. We can keep going and see what really fits for our city. I thought 15, after hearing staff's recommendation and the justification for that fee, that made sense. I would also, with Councilmember Weiss's comments, as you saw tonight, most of these projects are density bonus projects where you get the waivers and you build on-site affordable. And I think going forward, it's going to be the super majority of projects are those. So I don't know. The in lieu fee at a certain point will become obsolete with California's housing laws. But I think 15 was fair. I'm fine with compromising with 20 tonight, and then looking forward to revisiting this regularly to see how we fit in the county.
Councilmember Weiss?
Recommended the 20 is to provide an incentive to do it on site. Reason. So I'm willing to say if we'd go to 15, and then if you're looking at the fees a year from now, just phase it in. So bump it to 15, and then at some point in the future, pick a date, 6 months, a year, we bump it to 20.
So may I jump in? The resolution that's in front of you has a graduated fee. It goes to 10 effective January 1, 2023, and then 15 on December 31st, 2022. I'm sorry, January 1, 2024. So
just add $5 to each one of them.
So add 5 to each under your motion?
Yeah. Okay. Then you can phase it in.
I just want to have a clear record.
So that was a second to that.
I would like to hear from Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yeah, we're going to feed the heck out of this, and it's not going to do what we're thinking is going to do.
15 and then 20.
15 and 20.
Well, I have to say, I'm very disappointed in the presentation that we had. I don't think it reflects the advocacy that we've traditionally had at our city for building affordable housing. I have to say, I did not hear anything about quality. I did not hear anything. Whenever you have high density, you have to look at the quality of life of these kids and ensure that that we have an ability for these families to thrive. we did just recently have a project where the developer wanted to do half of it in lieu. I think that was also going to be true of North River Farms. I am thoroughly disappointed. We used to have our affordable housing, our in lieu fee set much higher. And then it was reduced down to practically nothing. And that was because the majority council decided, they didn't want, they wanted to go ahead and just, not have it built, just go ahead and pay that in lieu fee. A lot has changed. We had redevelopment. Redevelopment helped us be able to collect funds. We did build affordable housing. I'm very, very disappointed that we have done nothing to try to build more affordable housing. The city housing, the neighborhood services director would go out and find opportunities for building affordable housing, buying land, putting it out there, and getting good quality projects. We've not done that. So I'm really feeling like we need to give better direction to the housing authority to be able to, help them along in helping us build this. We have the problems in the lower end, not the higher end, and that's all we're building, just higher end. So very disappointed in the presentation. I thought $25 per square foot was when our consultant that we paid good money for was recommending $38 to $42 per net square foot for rental and $31 to $38 for owner. And Housing Commission said 25. That's even far below. And we are the third largest city in the county. We're not Del Mar. We're not Encinitas. We are Oceanside, and we have a higher need for workforce housing. And our housing department is failing us in not getting out good policy and fighting, being an advocate.
Mayor, can we not openly criticize staff at a public council meeting? It's very inappropriate.
I think that I've earned this because I've been here for 22 years and I've seen the policies that we've had that were supported by 5 people on the council. And now it's, oh no, it's just build more and more luxury housing in Oceanside. This is very sad. We are not doing our job by agreeing to this. So we need to do better than this. Councilmember White.
Mayor, was that a call for a vote?
No, she called me.
Councilmember Weiss, did you want to say something?
Question for staff. The in lieu fees we currently have, I believe they're all being allocated to the Greenbrier project.
That's correct. We put in $3.5 million. Typical requests that are coming in are at the $5 million range. For gap financing, we layer that with county financing, tax credits, and bond financing. The affordable housing market has differed in the last 2 years. It's gotten more competitive. In previous years, it used to be you used to just walk up to the counter and get 4% tax credits and bond financing. As of the last couple of years, everything in the state, whether it's tax credits or bond financing, is a highly competitive market. You get maybe 2 to 3 projects in the San Diego County region that get awarded tax credits or bonds on a yearly basis.
But the Greenbrier project, is that a high income level project?
No, that is not. That's at a 30% AMI level, so near homeless or at risk.
So we are providing, in partnership with a private developer, very low
Absolutely,
project.
with National Community Renaissance and Housing Foundation.
He's not going to call it luxury apartments, is he?
I don't. They're quality housing, I'm sure he would say.
Thank you.
Let's vote.
Mayor.
Let's vote.
You're not going to recognize my light.
Deputy Mayor Keim.
I just want to say, Mayor, you bring it up all the time. You've been here 22 years. You vote against almost every housing project, and now you complain that we're not building housing. You can't have it both ways. I have issues with certain housing projects that I don't support, but I don't go right after that and say, why aren't we building more houses? I mean, it's 22 years of these things have never happened. So please take some
Sir,
ownership of
you're
how we're going to do this.
incorrect. I don't vote against every housing project. And by the way, that's a loan for the Greenbrier. Let's vote.
I need to title the ordinance. This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code to establish revised inclusionary housing regulations. And the resolution will be modified by striking the word 10 on page 3, line 5, to add 15, and striking 15 on line 10 to add 20.
And I just want to say one more thing. The first time the Greenbrier project came forward, it was voted down by this council. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. Item number, excuse me, do we have Carlos Running Wolf here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. This is an advance request to speak.
How are you? I want to make this real short. I'm Tribal Chief Carlos Running Wolf with the Chiricahua Apache Membrano Indian Nation.
From which tribe?
The Chiricahua Apache Membrano Indian Nation. Okay.
Here. That's not in San Diego County.
I have just standing here. I have just standing in Carlsbad and Oceanside. I have common law lien rights of 100 trillion to my right, 950 billion to my left, Council, and enforcement power. We've been vetted out by Yale Law University. The website's on the card, and I'm reaching out to the governor for next year's consultation because Paula and Pachanga has tribal land here also. They're Native American burial sites, and that's going to be on the table. So, with that said, we'll just sidebar it until 2023, and we'll have the discussions with the governor's Native American liaison, because our nation has common law case law. So I got just standing. So we're going to entertain this next year when my throat gets better, because I'm kind of sick. So anyway, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we'll entertain this in 2023.
She should get together with the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians.
With who?
San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. That's the tribe that's here.
There's going to be a dissertation that's going to be from the governor's office, and they'll entertain your history of common law. Because I have it here, and I have the lien rights, and I will enforce it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yatahe.
Madam Mayor, we had an individual that wanted to speak on off-agenda items, just one speaker. Yeah. Andre Blaine?
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. My name is Andre Blaine. Ori Jensen, she left before I could actually confront what she said earlier. Somebody had referred to the lawsuit case that she had against me, which stated the date, so she was actually living in Carlsbad. I was her boyfriend of 14 years. I was living with her in Carlsbad at the time. When we came in and she read her oath, of which I have video of that, when Zeb were taking that oath, we were living in Carlsbad at that time. So I just wanted to make that record straight, because I was watching this council meeting and she had called me a crazy person, a liar, and she questioned my sexuality. I was there when the day she went to your office and lied to you about where she was living in Oceanside. She was not living in that residence. I had been her resident manager at that 8115 Pacific Street. We had never lived there. We had lived in Oceanside, but at the time from March of 2019 until roughly about the summer July, August of 2021, we were living in Carlsbad under the disputed address. So I have not come forward and said anything, but when I turned on the city council meeting tonight to see if she was still on the council, because I know that she'd been voted off, I heard my name being called out publicly. And the fact that a sitting city council member can call out a citizen and disparage them and not have a chance to respond. I drove down here and waited this whole time to get that out. So I know that, there's been a lot that has been, people have tried to, discern what happened of how she got onto that council seat. I was there for the whole thing, of how she got on the council seat from when she got the first phone call and when she was placed there. So if you wanted to have a meeting, or if you wanted to have a meeting, and I could discuss this a little bit more with you and what actually went on behind the scenes, and these guys know what happened, we can do that. But I'm tired of Corey dragging my name through the mud, and in court papers, she has lied. She said I broke her arm and attacked her. It was her drunken son that broke her arm and attacked her, and then the next morning, she lied to county health officials of who did it. So, but I'm tired of being accused of all these things, because I'm not crazy as she said.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 35, under adoption of ordinances, we have adoption of an ordinance to amend Article 10 of the City of Oceanside Municipal Traffic Code and Chapter 29A, Article 5 of the City of Oceanside City Code.
Move adoption.
This is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Article 10 of the Oceanside Traffic Code and amending Chapter 29A of the Oceanside City Code. Second read.
Approve, 3-0.
Thank you. Item number 36 is adoption of an ordinance amending Article 12 of the zoning ordinance to include modifications suggested by the California Coastal Commission as part of the implementation plan of the local coastal program. The proposed ordinance does not include any additional text changes that were not previously reviewed and approved by the City Council. It was introduced November 16th.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt. Second. Please vote.
Need to title. This is second read and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, California, amending Article 12 of the zoning ordinance with modifications suggested by the California Coastal Commission.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-0.
Thank you. Going to adjourn this meeting to a special meeting, which is next Wednesday, December 14th at 2 o'clock. This is a special meeting set for our swearing in of our two new council members. So the public is invited to come here, council chambers, 2 o'clock next December 14th. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.